Nos tomamos unas cervezas desde aquí contigo, están diciendo. Bueno, aquí estamos un ratico compartiendo. Ahorita estamos en el receso, pero esta gente de Free to See no para. Así que nos vemos ahora. Cuídense muchísimo y nada, bye bye. Say bye. Say bye.
Bye bye. Right. Okay, we're going to get started again. I hope everybody had a nice lunch. First up in this track, and don't forget there is another track happening next door, so if you're expecting to see ML here, then where you actually need to be is next door. But first up here, got Kurt Opsahl. I'll let Kurt introduce himself, but EFF currently with the Filecoin Foundation has spoke at Zcon4 last year. Huge advocate for privacy, and I'm pleased to be able to share the news that Kurt will be serving on the inaugural board of our new Cayman Islands Foundation. So yeah, fairly recent formal addition, I guess, to the Zcash family, but a very, very, very welcome one. And Kurt is going to be talking about how we can protect the fundamental rights to privacy and civil liberties. Thank you, Kurt.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. My pleasure to be back here at Zcon. I had a great time last year, and I'm delighted to be back here. So yeah, my name is Kurt Opsahl. I am the Associate General Counsel for Cybersecurity and Civil Liberties Policy with the Filecoin Foundation. I'm also a Special Counsel with the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Previous to Filecoin, I spent many years with EFF working on protecting our privacy and civil liberties. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that here today. And we'll start with, there we go, what's at stake? So the goal of the policy work that I do, and what we all should be doing, is help create the policy space in which the civil liberties, the future that we want to create, can thrive. And there's a number of facets to this. One, very important to this is privacy, which there's many ways of defining that. I like it as the right to be left alone, without an authority looking over your shoulder. This is trying to capture things like autonomy and control, the it's none of your business aspect of privacy. Anonymity, this is certainly strongly related to privacy, but it also brings in notions of freedom of expression, that anonymity gives you the ability to speak, to associate, to interact in a society without the forced exposure of your identity, which could lead to retaliation if people don't appreciate your views or intolerant of them, and allows greater access to the marketplace of ideas. It also encompasses the right to read anonymously, to receive the information that helps you understand what your political and social views are, and be able to do that without someone looking over your shoulder. And these all come down to free expression. This is, again, the marketplace of these, being able to advocate for your social and political views, and keeping away from a government censoring the views that they don't like, that they don't want to compete in the marketplace of ideas. And then I'm adding on to here a very important thing, innovation. This is something that is necessary to create this brighter, decentralized future that we're struggling for. And these fundamental rights, privacy, anonymity, free expression, need to be intact both to create that future and have it thrive, but also for it to be made in the first place. So policy doesn't act alone. It is part of it. I look at it at three different things. Policy sets the space, tries to set up what norms are and goals, ideals, and if these are believed in by a large portion of the population, if people are in agreement of what the policy should be, this is like explaining why do we have these rights, why do we seek to have them, what are they good for? Then you have law, and this is a way of setting the rules, writing down this is the rules for a society, how to enforce them. And I have here like constitutions, statutes, legal process. And then the third pillar of our tripod, technology. This provides an additional layer of privilege. So the thing is that policies can be ignored, that laws and rules can be broken. And so you can have technology which has, especially if it's open source, people can look at it, can look at the math and logic and use that instead of having to just trust me as an alternative. So it helps shape these things. So with these shaping the laws and the norms makes it harder to gain support for violating the principles of law or breaking into technologies. It at least makes it something that someone has to hide or pretend that they're not doing. So it provides that layer of protection by setting it so it goes against the society's desires and goals to break these rules or to break these technologies. Then the laws, they can codify these policies and provide a process. So I use the example here of the exclusionary rule. This comes from the United States. And if evidence is gained in violation of the Constitution, it can be excluded from the trial. So somebody who factually may be guilty, nevertheless, is allowed to be acquitted because that evidence is excluded. And you say, well, that allows somebody onto the street. But it's a good thing for society to have that, because if you don't have an exclusionary rule, if you don't have any consequences for some violating the Constitution and allow them to get their job done while violating the Constitution, then they can do it all the time without consequences, and then the law becomes not very useful. The constitutional protections become not very useful. And then finally, getting back to technology, things like end-to-end encryption, multi-signature authentication processes, peer-to-peer networks, these kinds of technologies can make it more difficult for someone to violate a policy, break a law. If you have end-to-end encryption, they have to break the encryption or break into the endpoint to find out what the communications are. With multi-sig authentication, you could have some regulatory arbitrage. You can have people in different jurisdictions, all of whom are required to sign something, making it more challenging for someone to violate these principles and get at the information without going through the due process of law that would be acceptable to all of those jurisdictions. Peer-to-peer networks move things away from a centralized point of failure. A large company that is a centralized point can be a target for governments or bad actors of all stripes to find one place where all the information is, or the connecting point, taking that over and making it more difficult to have your civil liberties. So we're going to talk about some of the threats to around the world, and we're going to take a deep dive into one threat. I wanted to call this out because this is an international audience. This is an international treaty, a treaty on cybercrime. It's currently negotiated through the United Nations. And why should we care? Well, because the desire to detect and prevent crime is often the reason given for threats to civil liberties. We need to have this, people say, because of the crime problem, and we can't tolerate this, so we have to sacrifice certain rights. And I think that this leads to over-criminalization, where they feel like, we'll make the penalty so harsh that no one will dare do this, but then you get some draconian penalties. Expanded surveillance and investigative authorities say, well, we need to capture this information to get the bad guy, and so we all need to sacrifice some of our privacy. And a lot of this is based on the notion that it's a trade-off, security versus privacy. But that's a false dichotomy. In fact, security needs privacy to be effective, and privacy needs security to be effective. So the UN Cybercrime Treaty, this is an idea to create one treaty to rule them all. It is a proposed replacement for the Budapest Convention. We'll get to that in just a second. But it started with a General Assembly saying, yes, we want to go forward and host these negotiations. The UN created the Ad Hoc Committee, which is a very generic name, but that's how they roll. It is out of the Office of Drugs and Crime, which can give you a sense of that it's coming from a law enforcement point of view, right? It's not coming from the Office of Human Rights. It is coming from the Office of Drugs and Crime. And it's been going on for several years now, so since 2020, so 4 years. And originally they planned 6 sessions to negotiate it. 4 and 5 already happened this year. They were in Vienna, January and April. There's one coming up in New York City, the head office of the United Nations, that was supposed to be the last one in September, but it's been a challenging process, and they have added another session for early 2024. And this is actually a good thing because it gives more time to make sure that this is a treaty that respects human rights, respects fundamental rights. So today it was designed to replace the Budapest Convention. The Budapest Convention came about from the Council of Europe, and has been signed. You can, in red there, you can see various signatories to it. So it's signed by a number of countries around the world, but you'll notice it's certainly not all of them. And you'll also notice that there's some major countries missing, such as Russia and China, Brazil, India, the BRIC countries. And well, they want to get more signatories to it, but also this was proposed by Russia and China to have this new treaty. And well, they did want to make it a little bit more friendly to authoritarians. They also make a very legitimate point. Why should Europe be the boss of us? For a lot of countries who want to sign on to the treaty, they don't want to sign on to something which they had no part in creating. It makes sense. But one of the dangers of this is that for a lot of the countries around the world, they don't yet have a cybercrime treaty or law at all. And so what this comes out, while there are some abilities to vary it, many of them will just like take it as is, and so we will care a lot about what it says and making sure when people are adopting it around the world, it comes to a good result. So the draft had many problems. For example, in the draft I was looking at earlier this year, there's Article 10. It was about the production, sale, and then you can see from there various countries' additions to it, like UK for United Kingdom and so on. So the distribution or facilitation of Iran had an addition they wanted to add. Technologies, software that would hiding the identity of its users. So they wanted to make it a crime to use something like Tor, a VPN. Also, Russia had an idea, which you can see Russia was in 4, and then Europe, UK, a bunch of other countries, US, were opposed, but making it a crime for distribution of information about vulnerabilities. Information about vulnerabilities is actually vital to be distributed in order to keep ourselves more secure. And I want to turn to one article in particular, which is relevant to this audience. I call it the cryptocurrency provision. It's actually anti-money laundering provision, but it was adding cryptocurrencies to it. And you can see there in the second paragraph how broad it was. Any organization engaged in activities related to the circulation of digital financial assets and digital currencies. So related to is not just somebody who is a DeFi organization or an exchange. It is any ancillary business that's built on blockchain technologies could be related to. Extraordinarily broad. And this broad language, I think it could capture an open source project developing it. That's related to self-hosted wallet providers. That's related to, even if they are not in direct creation or distribution of a currency, sales of NFTs. So with that breadth, what else does it say? Well, it adds mass surveillance systems. So they wanted to require that countries would collect identity information for all users. If there was possible involvement in a cybercrime. Now that is an extraordinarily low standard. For example, in order to get a warrant in the United States, you need to show probable cause that there'll be evidence of a crime. possible involvement, just tell is a much, much lower standard, and not only of the suspect who they thought was possibly involved, but also their associates and their family members. Now, it may be true that some people will hide money with their family members, but that doesn't mean their family members don't have rights and should be subjected to essentially warrantless surveillance at an incredibly low standard about somebody else being possibly involved. And there's a thing where any government who's a signatory could mark somebody for what they called enhanced scrutiny. And there was no standard by which they could be, well, this is someone who we think you ought to look at very closely. And of course, why is this a problem? Well, the UN is a very broad, most countries in the world are a part of it, actually being recognized by the United Nations. Some people view is what makes you a country. There are some people or entities who consider themselves countries who are not recognized, but it's most of them. And some of them have problematic human rights records. And we'll be able to use some of these powers in ways that we will not like. So for a blockchain network, how do you do it? Let's say you make an open source project, it uses some blockchain, and then they come to you and say, we need you to do enhanced scrutiny and give us the names of all of your users. And you're like, I just put this software out there and someone downloaded it and compiled it. I have no idea who they are. How could you do this? It was impossible for a lot of players in the system to be able to comply with this. So, good news. Article 93 is not in the September discussion draft. It just came out about 2 weeks ago. And so that is very good news. When we found out about this, I'd been working on this a bit with EFF when I came out with Filecoin. Marta, who's the president of Filecoin Foundation, also on the Zcash Foundation board, and I wrote an op-ed in CoinDesk to raise the alarm. I went out to Vienna to talk to people about it for the 5th session, and had some very productive conversations. Industry was there. The International Chamber of Commerce, which is one of the largest organizations in the world representing industry, was there, and they were sympathetic to it. Talked to civil society, saw some of the issues there, though civil society had its work cut out for it for all the other human rights issues in this treaty. One of the things that sort of struck out at me that during the discussion and debate over this, Egypt sort of said the quiet part out loud. They said the word human rights appears too many times in this draft treaty. We need to get less of it. And also geopolitical issues helped. As I mentioned, this is being proposed and advocated for by China and Russia. There are geopolitical issues between them and the EU and the United States. And so the EU and the United States wanted a skinny treaty, as they called it, which means not loading it down with a whole bunch of other things. And I think that helped them have a reason to say, get rid of some of this extraneous stuff, narrow it down, keep it to the core cyber crimes. So Article 10, they did not accept Iran's crazy proposal to ban Tor and VPNs, or the Russian attempt to remove discussion of vulnerabilities. And one of the things that's very, very important in it is previously it didn't have a lot of intent requirements. And the difference between someone doing something, especially in cybersecurity research, you are doing something that's very similar to an attacker, but your intent is to find the vulnerability, disclose it, and get it fixed, versus intent to steal some money. But if you don't consider intent when somebody's doing it, then it's up to prosecutorial discretion, and that can be abused, especially in countries that don't respect human rights. So there's still more to be done. There is currently Article 31, which is the new anti-money laundering provision, and it has some requirements to have any bank, financial, or commercial records to be made available to be seized. And like it says, the records are to be made available. So it's passive voice about who gets to have them and also who has to make them available. So that allows for a lot of a broad interpretation. They also have a specific provision saying, forget about your bank secrecy laws. There are some countries that try to provide extra protections for bank secrecy and use that as a way of getting some business and help their economies. That will be disallowed from this proposal. And then there are some other provisions in there, Articles 22 and 23, which will weaken dual criminality in the jurisdiction and allow for evidence. And we'll go for a little deeper dive on that one. So dual criminality. So this is a concept that is around in international law. You may have heard of it in the context of extradition, whether someone can be extradited to face justice in one country from another country. And often there's a requirement for dual criminality, that the offense has to be punishable in both states. And there some wiggle rooms because people write their laws in different manners. So questions like, is it the same law? Is the definition too different or close enough? What about justifications? Like, could you have a self-defense justification in one jurisdiction, not the other? Excuses like insanity is an excuse for criminal violations in some jurisdictions. But it is an important aspect of making sure that there's sort of fairness when you're dealing with different countries who have different ideas on what is criminal. But a lot of people who are proponents of law enforcement powers, want to give them more superpowers, don't like it. And in 2005, the EU experts on transnational criminal justice wrote a paper saying, here's what we got to do. We got to eliminate dual criminality, abolish as a whole. They have not been successful so far, but to give you that perspective. So how does it fit together? Well, Article 22 removes the general dual criminality requirement for the jurisdictions that had been in Budapest, and for the new one, jurisdiction over certain crimes against or by nationals wherever they are. Now, I should say this is weakening it. It's not eliminating entirely. There are some dual criminality provisions still in this treaty, and we're hopeful to get those expanded and clarified. But one of the other aspects of it is the evidence, the gathering of evidence, section Article 23. And so cybercrimes under the convention, okay, you can sort of understand why that would be in there, but then they go broader. Any crimes that use a computer. It's really hard to do anything these days without using a computer. Computers are being added to so many different things. If you're, engaging in your life, you're probably using a computer several times on a daily basis, unless you're living in a cabin in the woods. And then electronic evidence for any crime, even if that crime is not one that involves a computer. And for a lot of these transnational things, what are they looking for? They're looking for electronic records because that's where all the records are kept these days. So this is also extraordinarily broad. And then, as I said, jurisdiction over certain crimes that are in this treaty, well, it includes the anti-money laundering provisions. And so if somebody uses money involved in a crime, that could be one of the certain crimes where this broader jurisdiction. Now, again, I want to caveat, there was some good progress, as I was mentioning before. There's more human rights exclusions and limitations on how badly someone could try to implement this. But for a country that doesn't respect human rights, they may also ignore those provisions. So why does it matter? Well, there's a lot of different laws around the world where there's different points of view on what should be criminal. And I call out a number of them here. Reproductive health care, that is the map we're showing there, is the various levels of standards and rules about reproductive health care around the world. And as you can see in the United States, around from state to state. Marijuana also varies widely across the world, whether it is completely unlawful, whether CBDs are allowed, or medical marijuana, or recreational is allowed. LGBTQ materials are criminalized in some jurisdiction and perfectly lawful in others. And of course, for this crowd, privacy coins. There are places that have made laws that outlaw privacy coins, and there are a number of other jurisdictions that have talked about it or considered outlawing privacy coins. And so if you have jurisdiction without dual criminality, that means that a national of a country, when they go to somewhere which is a more permissive regime, if they try to find a place that fits more with their values, then they can still be potentially subject to the domestic law of the country that they left, even when they're in that more permissive country. And then the repressive country can try to seek electronic evidence from the more permissive country. And hopefully, the more permissive country would realize that this was for something that was against their principles and say, no, we won't provide it, citing to human rights principles and resist it, but they might not. And having more protections in here is part of the job still to be done. And Just to drill down on this a little bit further, in the United States, we had a situation where what was a constitutional right became a crime overnight after the Dobbs decision by the Supreme Court, which overturned Roe v. Wade. And there are a number of states that had trigger laws. So the moment that Roe v. Wade was overturned, those laws would go into effect, or maybe there was a 90-day delay and such, but they were designed to make it pretty much as quickly as possible to make something which had previously been lawful then become a crime. And financial records are potentially evidence for that crime. Many people use Visa and MasterCard. Visa and MasterCard are not great on privacy, but they generally don't have an itemized list, but they have metadata. And that metadata could be used in order to find evidence of a crime. Put up a couple examples here, like there are a number of online pharmacies that specialize in providing abortion pills. And if that's all that it sells and there's a charge at that place, then that could be metadata that tells a lot about what you're purchasing. Or if you're going to a health clinic and they have a variety of charges, and the charges that you have is exactly the same as the charge they might have for providing an abortion, well, that is metadata that can tell a lot about the content. And in the US, there are some financial privacy laws, but they were written with a notion that it was protecting against misuse of corporate information, but there's a big old law enforcement exception because they were based on the notion that law enforcement was always going to do the right thing, which I doubt, but nevertheless, they don't have a dual criminality requirement built into the Gramm-Leach-Bliley. And what this means is if somebody seeks that information, they're not required to give you notice or the opportunity to oppose, to say, well, I'm in a jurisdiction which is lawful or something like that. So why does it matter? This is already happening. Search histories have been used as evidence of intent. Private Facebook messages. We have an excerpt from a recent news article came out last week about someone who was charged and then convicted, sent 90 days in jail based on private Facebook messages that were discussing her pregnancy situation. And then financial records are used all the time as a method of trying to determine crimes. They frequently go to intermediaries, service providers, try to get financial records to find out what people have been doing. And a while back, so when right after Dobbs' decision came out, some journalists were asking financial services, what will you do if you get one of these? And they refused to say that they would resist or they would provide an opportunity for people to resist on their own. All right, so I want to end on a better note. There are some problems out there, but we can solve them. I am an optimist. If we work hard, if we fight on all these fronts, so fight on the policy front, so spread the word, talk to your friends, tell them about how privacy is a fundamental right and how much we need to have it. And this must include respecting financial privacy. Law, we push for laws and treaties that respect fundamental rights without overbalancing the scales towards law enforcement, and build the technology that will provide the backstop to both law and policy so people can quickly and easily use tools that protect their privacy, enhance their anonymity, enhance their privacy, and thus make the world. I ended this with be the change you want to see, but also the theme here is the future is not yet written, and this applies equally here. We're going to write that future, and let's write that future with good policy, good laws, and great technology. Thank you. And I got 3 minutes in case there are any questions.
Okay. One question from the Hoover app. When choosing between privacy and convenience, we often forgo privacy. What can be a good approach to incentivize people to care more about their privacy?
Well, I think that if you give people, I look at it as a little bit different way. If you give people a choice between privacy and not privacy, and otherwise those choices are equal, they will pick privacy every time. The question is how much inconvenience they are willing to do in order to get their privacy. And I know some privacy advocates who go through a tremendous amount of inconvenience because that's very important to them. But to have the society that I think we all want to build, we want to have privacy for everyone. So we want to reduce that convenience gap, that usability, the technological user interfaces, make that so it is accessible easily to all. So all they have to do is, yes, I want some privacy, and it works. Then we will get to this bright future.
Okay, I've got a question, just in the minute and 50 that we've got left. How much weight do policymakers and legislators and the type of folks who draft these rules and guidelines and treaties and laws, how much weight do they lend to the opinions of individuals who reach out to them, who respond to consultations, who email them, message them, write to them, etc.?
Absolutely. So that is a very good question, because how can you get involved? Well, how much weight depends a lot on how much effort you put in. So if you schedule a meeting with your legislature and go there in office and sit down and talk to someone who will be with a staffer, but not, that is a lot of weight, because you showed you cared a lot. And especially you need to be, hey, I am a member of your jurisdiction, your district. I am a voter. I care about this. I care about this so much that I came down to your office. If you can't do that, and that's a big pain, then making a phone call and talking to someone live, that shows that you care a lot. Sending a letter with a stamp, that shows that you care a lot. And email, well, shows that you care a little bit, but they have become aware of all the campaigns people have to just click a button and send an email, and thus clicktivism is given less weight. Signing a petition, that's also very easy to do, less weight. So putting in the effort is what gives it that weight, to show that you can, show that it's important. So this is something that you want them to do as your representative, and it matters to your vote.
It's something that said that decisions are made by those who show up. Maybe we need to be aware that decisions can be influenced by those who show up in the person's office. Listen, thanks very much, Kurt.
Absolutely, thank you.
We'll be talking again on a panel in a little while. We're going to take a quick break, and then after that, we're going to have Paul Brigner, who leads US regulatory policy engagement for the Electric Coin Company. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, everybody.
libertarian types and then maybe the people who care about photography have very different motives for participating in this ecosystem. So why are we here today? What can we do today instead of kind of presenting these moral arguments around privacy? Zcash currently is digital cash. It's something that we can spend and we can save. Right now, it's not a platform in which governments will build financial systems to protect user privacy. One, because we're building on these technologies, but they currently don't exist. And then two, I don't think the government actually cares about your privacy. So I don't foresee a future of that happening. But we have a system today where it's digital cash, it protects user privacy, it can be very effective for a number of different things. So getting into the meat of this talk, some things that we disagree on. Zcash is on a positive trend, irrelevant of market conditions. I was at an Ethereum conference or Ethereum-aligned conference last week in Paris, and there was a lot of energy around the infrastructure that's being built within the Ethereum ecosystem. And even though the price is not at the top where people were buying at like $4,700 an ETH, but people are really excited about all the things that are getting built irrespective of price. I don't know if we can say that about Zcash. I don't know if we can say that Zcash community members have a voice. I don't know if the angry forum troll, if all of them like got together and tried to create like a little rebellion, I don't know how effective that would be. And I don't know how effective it would be if things like Zcap wanted to go against the Zcash Foundation, kind of in practice and in theory as well, because a lot of the community governance and community signaling we have is non-binding. So we need to determine how much voice community members have. And the last thing that we might disagree on is that Zcash is a morally good thing for the world. So let's look at some other examples of technology. Twitter, or this thing that used to be called Twitter, it was killed by some dictator who has $1 billion, and it's been very unfortunate because that's where I spent all my time, and now I'm really sad. But who's had a good experience on Twitter? Like one good experience at all, right? And who's had a bad experience? Twitter is like this technology that is a great supplier of information, but it's also a great supplier of misinformation. It's a great way to spread memes and have like a little party with your friends online, but it's also a great platform to spread really targeted online abuse. It's all about your experience in the implementation of the platform and how it's used. Granted, there's a private company now and they're completely fucking it up, but they have like their own motives and agenda. But like generally, it's pretty widely accessible. And yeah, you can have kind of any experience you want. You can go to like anti-vaccine Twitter, or you can go to like into the depths of like crypto Twitter, or into the depths of just like medical research, right? It's just widely used for a number of different things. So again, just depends on the implementation. Another thing is this thing called Monero, and it's this cryptocurrency kind of similar to Zcash in some ways. And again, it's just a technology. It's pretty permissionless. And I hear a lot of people say that they have a lot of users, right? And I hear people in the Zcash community sometimes say, well, we don't want those types of users. We don't want the users that Monero has. And again, if we're constructing easily accessible permissionless protocols, even though we have some type of social consensus of those are the users we might not want as a community, who are we really to say that they can't use and access the platform? I don't think we actually have that right. And additionally with Monero, if you look at like the Monero conference that just happened in Prague, if you saw it on Twitter, they were all like at this cool hacker house in Prague and just like spending Monero, and they spike transactions up like really high. Every time there's a Monero conference, the transactions like go through the roof because they're all engaging with each other and having like a little peer-to-peer economy with it. So that's a really cool idea. And you can also do things like 3 weeks ago, I donated some Monero to a soccer club in Argentina who's using it to fund their jerseys and some of their operations. So again, it just depends on the use case that you actually use the platform for. So let's look at things we can get with Zcash today. You might have to do some gymnastics for a couple of these things, but let's break these down from a moral perspective. Coffee. Who drinks coffee? Who loves coffee? Best thing ever, right? I drink a ton of coffee, but what if I told you there's an entire religious group where drinking coffee is against their moral code of conduct? And if you drink coffee and you're honest about it with your church leadership, that you might be restricted from participating in some religious activities. So if you are in Lehi, Utah, driving down the street, and you got Zcash loaded up in your Flexa app, and you go to Dunkin' Donuts, buy a cup of coffee with it, and you take that back to your house where your whole family is a part of this religion, you might get some sour looks. That is an immoral act in the eyes of some people within that group. If you want to like ask me how I know that, feel free after the talk. Porn. Who thinks porn's a good thing? Cool. I'll put my hand up. Under the right circumstances, right? Porn can be this thing where it leads to sexual exploitation, sexual abuse. It leads to addiction. It can just lead to it has a lot of bad consequences at times. But it can also be a thing because there's a market that exists. It's a way for individuals to create revenue streams that they might not be able to otherwise, to earn money for themselves and their family. And now with the kind of the systems that we have set up online, you can even do that from the comfort of your own home, within the safety of your own home. So again, is it good or bad? Just depends. And then the last one I won't dive into is guns. Like, are guns items to form militias? Guns are a good thing? Yeah, like, again, that's the more, I'd say, like, kind of like the tougher one there, but are they items to like form militias against the state and defend yourself, or are they things we should not have in modern civil societies? And more. And as we expand the usage and the accessibility of Zcash, we just get into tons of these arguments. Remember, Zcash is digital cash. We're using it to buy things and sell things. So we really lack, in my opinion, with these moral arguments, kind of like a strong stance of saying this is good for the world, because what if Zcash is used something that we as a social group say is not good for the world? But what if being morally good or having like some moral justification or some, some reason to build on this, like it's driving you every single day? What is that? What if we all think that's our driver, right? Let's just Trojan horse it. Because we have society, we have borderless internet money in this Trojan horse. And then after everyone gets the borderless internet money and we like flip it for shit coins and we're having a great time making money and having a party, like then we all come out of our little thing and dose like a bunch of crypto anarchy on them. There's a way that we can present this information to society that doesn't make it like, if you don't use this thing, society falls. If we don't use this thing, the surveillance state is going to take over completely, because people don't want to be coerced by fear into adopting these technologies. They want to, also have a good time. So when we have these arguments of like moral superiority, we kind of get into this weird state where we as a community, in a probably more siloed group of developers and community builders, are in control of the narrative around Zcash. And we're putting out narratives to the world that we all think is good, but when we expound that to everybody, we're selling Zcash onboarding. You hear about it, like Twitter. It's a private version of Bitcoin. It's called Zodl. And I'm on a campaign this weekend to exterminate that term from our vocabulary for the rest of eternity. Because when we're only holding Zcash, we're viewing it as an investment. We're viewing it as something. And we're incentivized not to use it. Don't use Zcash right now, because if you use it at $20 or $25 or $30 a coin, oh, what about when it's 15,000? You're really gonna hate buying that pizza. You're really gonna hate yourself for doing that. But that's not how we construct this thing. That's not why we get this thing off the ground, and that's not how we drive actual adoption. Because what we could have is we could have woke Zcash onboarding. And this is kind of playing out in some smaller communities now. If you look at Zhub, Zcash Brazil, Zcash Español, and then also Free to Z. You have people who, for whatever reason, want to earn the money. I don't know if privacy is always the main driver. I think maybe there's an opportunity to earn it. So they offer their goods and services for Zcash. So they earn it, and then after they earn it, because they've been paid in Zcash, they're not purchasing it with fiat money from their bank account. They view it as a token with utility and not investment. So they're now incentivized to start using it within their local communities. And we see those models if you follow the Zcash communities closely on social media. You have people now getting the coin and then trying to redistribute that coin into their local communities as much as possible, because there's utility behind it. And then they repeat, and they do this over and over again, well within reason. And if we have this model and then are able to also interoperate with a number of different cryptocurrency ecosystems, through like bridging and stuff like that, other communities will be incentivized to come in and participate in the Zcash ecosystem. And then they'll be able to have the choice to hold it, use it, or swap out of it. But we're giving them an opportunity to be a Zcash user versus having someone come in and say, hey, buy it on this centralized platform. A quick point about broke Zcash onboarding. The current state, by the way, is we have to go onto these centralized exchanges and take a selfie with our passport and upload that into some centralized database where a junior level engineer can sell it on the black market. And so in that kind of state, we're having people buy it, sometimes hold it on those platforms, and those platforms could potentially go bust. And that's not also protecting user privacy. So I wanted to make that point really quickly. But in this other state, we're creating models that are more permissionless to interact with the ecosystem. It's not two US domiciled entities and a small group of miners who are receiving all the block reward. We're decentralizing as much as possible to a community of people. Because we have two worlds right now. You have people who bought Zcash, and trust me, if you're on the Zcash forums, you have seen these people, and they are upset. Especially if you bought, like when Barry Silbert was like tweeting about it at $300, oh God, you're pissed. But like, you bought Zcash, and it's a tough world. It's really hard to see the future because the price is so down and your holdings are not as worth as much. And the reason you view that is because that was the incentivization model you participated in. You heard about it, you were convinced it was good, you bought it, price is down, you're upset. But we have this other model. Who's been in the Zcash global Discord? they're having a great time. Like, they're having a party in there. And yeah, it's maybe a little janky and it's not like the cleanest UX and it doesn't look like the most official thing in the world, but you have like small little pockets and communities of people that are contributing to the protocol and providing value. And then in exchange for that value, they're receiving a currency that's borderless, permissionless. So in this model, we have obviously people who are enjoying themselves a lot more today. Where I want to spend the meat of the talk today is focusing on this idea of less mission alignment and more accessibility. So the first point, create more opportunities for people to participate in the Zcash economy. There's things that we can do today with Zcash's digital cash to create this model. If we look at things like the Minor Grants Program, ZecHub's Bounty Program, the Global Ambassadors, we have people receiving, well, relatively small amounts of Zcash compared to like the more major grants. But they're taking this and they're decentralizing the workload. They're creating more opportunities for people to come in and earn Zcash directly from the block reward. And they're creating a model where people view that token with utility, et cetera, and start using it. So the thing that we can do right now in these discussions that we're gonna have this weekend is like, how can we decentralize the dev fund as reasonably as possible to create more earning opportunities for people within the ecosystem to contribute, participate, earn Zcash, and have a different incentive model instead of just buying it on Coinbase? That is the first thing that we can do right now with Zcash's digital cash. We don't have to wait for technological upgrades. We don't have to wait for new research on if we're gonna move from proof of work to proof of stake. We don't have to wait for these year-long proposals and year-long implementations to play out. This is something we can do today to create a more incentive-aligned community that's around contribution and building the protocol versus this idea of just purchasing it through a third-party provider. The other point, which I don't know anything about, and I'm not gonna stand up here and act like I do, but I hear it a lot, is that we need to enable builders to have an easier time for creating products for their own local communities. Because remember, we're a small group of people, 2 US domiciled organizations, and obviously ZCG does a great job of like redistributing block rewards as much as possible. But when I'm tweeting from my apartment in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where I used to live, about how Zcash is gonna save the world, I don't know how it's actually gonna do that. I'm just tweeting something because it's easy to say, it aligns with the mission theoretically, and it's good for likes. But what if we had a more permissive protocol that enabled people to come in and build applications for the use cases that matter to them? And instead of us as a community trying to make those decisions and we're just kind of throwing darts in the air. So for example, if you need to create a privacy stack for people who need to solicit and pay for abortions in states where those are legal, how can we make Zcash the currency that drives that economy? And remember, no morals, right? On the other side of the pseudo-political aisle, what if we need to create a similar stack for someone trying to sell Bibles on a black market where Christianity is illegal? Remember, no morals. Whether these things are good or bad or indifferent to us, we just need to enable the access and enable the product so people can build these things for the people that need them. So people who need privacy can get it. And we're doing it in a way that we as a community are just letting the cards fall where they may. So what we're doing now, instead of marketing campaigns and all these different ideas, we're driving adoption through accessibility and utility and not pseudo-political, trust me arguments. Josh Swihart from the ECC had a forum post where he mentioned like the price of Zcash versus Bitcoin is a good indicator for how much it's being used, and that a lot of Zcash is moving to the shielded pool, but we're not seeing like an uptick in transactions, for example. If we have this model of really focusing on utility and usage and accessibility, independent of the use case and independent of how we feel about it, we're also going to drive more value to the network, which increases the price, which financially incentivizes miners or stakers to secure the network, and we have a more sustainable future. So we can't say the price here doesn't matter, because remember, we're talking about the incentive model where people bought it and they're upset, and that's not the one we want. But we also can't say to them that the price doesn't matter, that the price is the least interesting thing about this technology. Because if there's no price, if the price is zero, this doesn't happen. The network isn't secure, and
This is really good.
I lose my grant. Like a lot of people lose their jobs, and we don't get to fund the things that we think are really important. So now we're creating this like feedback loop where people are getting into the network, they're actively using it, they're actively participating, they're actively contributing and driving more value. That value is accrued in network price, more secure network, and then we can fund more things that we think are really freaking cool. So just because we're saying that we should step away from incentivizing people to use centralized exchanges or do KYC, whatever, we're not telling them that the price doesn't matter. That's a very key important point that I want to get across. Because we currently have two paths. One path is, it's dark, it's cold, it's rainy, it's really hard, near impossible mission to accomplish. And it's you're kind of alone. Because it's among a centralized group of people who are making the decisions, who are receiving the majority of the block reward, who have the ability to decide who gets to participate or not based on various models. But it's alone. And we end up getting into this circle of like having to depend on political arguments to keep us motivated because it's really hard to build. Or you could have this other model and this other path where it's dark, cold, lonely. I mean, not lonely, dark, cold, nearly impossible mission. But you're a part of a decentralized community that has different values, different use cases, and different implementations of the Zcash protocol. But as we're driving more usage, that attracts more people, again, the feedback loop. And as there's more people, more of those groups start to appear. So you're able to find your group within this larger community. So if you care about ensuring that everyone has access to safely and securely pay for abortions, if you decentralize the community and the protocol, even for use cases that you don't agree with, more people who believe in that same type of thing will be able to come in and participate and be able to build with us. And that model is a lot more fun. I would argue that it's more productive, it's more sustainable. And yeah, it's still a nearly impossible mission, but we're all gonna die anyways because the AI is gonna kill us. So let's have fun while it lasts, right? And that's my argument for today. Decentralize the dev fund, make it easy for people to participate. So thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much. That was an excellent talk. So I'm going to start with a question, and then we have questions also from different people. So I'll ask a quick question, and then we'll kind of go into these different questions. But I guess, yeah, so one thing I think that's useful to think about is there's an overhead to, there's a technical overhead to participating in hard technical standards like Zcash. And if you're an abortion provider, your job is to serve people who need abortions. You don't necessarily have that kind of technical understanding. So I'm curious, in your sort of proposal to involve more of the community, how do you balance and make it easy for people to participate, but also be able to do their core competency and not have to level up in that kind of way?
That's a great question. So with regards to the technical side, I think it's about, and this is obviously not on the technical side, so take this answer with a grain of salt, but it's creating like more like developer kits and allowing people to take this stack and like easily implement it into their own, right? So if you're someone who needs to create this platform to fund payments on some black or gray market, how can you just simply go into some documentation that's listed of like how you can implement Zcash as the payment service that like powers that, right? I'm thinking like, you know, like a plug, like for example, if you're doing like an e-commerce store, how can you like create a plugin for Zcash Online, something similar to that, right? With regards to the non-technical side, what we've kind of seen in some of the community models is that if you even lower the barrier to entry, that I was actually very pleasantly surprised of the quality of contributors that came into the groups. So we tried to make it to where like all you had to do is write a newsletter or do translations, but we end up getting people submitting these awesome proposals to like one up on like design and one up on like different social media like properties with regards to like video and editing, etc. So I think on the non-technical side, but by just giving people a space and an opportunity to come in, it's more accessible and more welcoming, and easier to kind of find your lane. People, I think, who want to contribute usually have something valuable to add. So I would say that most examples we've seen, just people come in and build really cool stuff. there's not been a lot of hand holding on the non-technical side, especially.
Cool. That's a really great answer. Yeah, so I guess another question that was asked was, yeah, just kind of considering a situation where, so we say Zcash has no morals, you might be able, and this is true for a lot of technology, you could use it for good or you could use it for bad. And that's something I think we as a community are pretty, well aware of. But, for example, like in the setting where Zcash could be used for things like money laundering, and what if the government asks Zcash to sort of like open up and like consider that in the future? How do we grapple with scenarios like that?
So I think, and I'm not going to credit myself for this idea. This is all Amber Balde. If you're familiar with her, she's awesome. I think most people are good. So I think if you make the protocol, if there's like an incentive model that attracts people to the protocol, for example, opportunities to earn Zcash, like we see a lot of people from various parts of the world do that. And when they get the money and they're able to build things on their own, like they're just going to build like useful things and good things. And hopefully if you make the protocol accessible, the good outweighs the bad. The other side of that is it depends on like what government are we adhering to? That's kind of like my issue with a lot of like the compliance protocols around privacy. It's like, are we listening to the US government and their sanctions list, or are we going to listen to the North Korean government and their sanctions list? Like, what's the standard? And which centralized entity is to say what like is illegal or legal, right? Because like, for example, in Afghanistan, girls can't even like go to university. So like, it's, for me, by just creating a permissionless protocol, the theory is like people will build more good things than bad. I think you kind of saw that with like maybe Bitcoin's trajectory, is like it was drug money in the beginning, and then now it's kind of a meme with the hodl stuff, but like people are building really useful applications for kind of worthwhile causes in the eyes of a lot of the world. I would just see like a similar trend potentially. Yeah.
So make the community bigger, and then we have more good things to argue
Yeah,
about.
because I think most people are good. I don't think most people have a more like bad agendas, for example.
Yeah. All right. So now we have another question about, so kind of along that similar line, what is your thoughts about religious institutions around the world potentially opening up to Zcash because they might require financial privacy? Is that something you've seen or you think might happen?
I've never seen it. I think that, again, that's one of the examples I brought up, like buying Bibles on the black market is a great use case for cryptocurrencies, potentially, right? Potentially. So like, yeah, like creating models where people could implement that as a part of their stack and they can use that to transact. Yeah, it would be a great use case. I just haven't seen it. So I'd be interested in that being implemented.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do we open up our community to start welcoming these people in, making it not so hypothetical?
So the first thing I would do is look at models. I think Zcash Brazil is a great example. I don't know if he wants me to share this, but I'm going to, so don't shoot me, Michael. Cool. Michael was a global ambassador and had his own stipend, which is, a relatively not what we would live on full time in the US. And he even distributed that to a group of 6 people. And as a community, because they distributed it and it had more than one person building, they were able to build a community that was so effective that it justified receiving more money than an ambassador stipend. So I would look at those types of models of what things are we doing in Zcash right now that are kind of inefficient and maybe not as effective, and like, okay, let's try something new. What if we took that money and reinvested it into community programs that are onboarding more contributors, onboarding new ideas, and making it easier to contribute and obviously earn Zcash directly from the block reward. So I would look at those types of models.
Okay. So it sounds like we have some like good things already, but we need to build on it.
Yeah, I think because that's the whole idea, right? This is like, obviously, I'm saying change a lot, but these models already exist. They exist in the form of a lot of the global ambassadors. They exist in the form of ZecHub. They exist in the form of the Zcash Foundation Minor Grants Program. Like, we need more of that, and let's really invest in those models and make it, attract more people and get more people into the ecosystem.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, we're out of time. Thanks, Ian. And thanks so much.
Emotionally engaging is crypto culture. What is crypto culture? Crypto is fundamentally a political impulse at its very core. Crypto culture is fundamentally a protest culture. Crypto culture reflects the attributes inherent in the technology itself and the asset class. It's based on open source software. It's based on individual contributions, whether it's intellectual capital or financial capital. It's based on transparency. It's based on free speech. It's based on privacy. It's based on, how can we reimagine the coordination of labor and capital? That's the essence of capitalism itself. It's based on freedom. It is rightfully shining a light on regulatory capture and corruption. These are righteous values. It's why people are so passionate about crypto. And it's why I get up in the morning is to, with my colleagues at Blockchain Capital, back entrepreneurs that want to change the status quo. Right now, we live in a surveillance society. The system, as we know, as it sits right now, is dominated by banking oligopolies, internet monopolies, and I think it's rife and ripe for change. All of our challenges go through Washington, D.C. Now is the time to advocate for our industry and to educate. If we get this wrong, this innovation will happen in Japan. It'll happen in Dubai. People that care about policy, responsible stewards of intellectual and kind of crypto capital to do the best job we can educating these elected officials and policymakers. And this is an important moment in time to redefine how the human being and the state, what is that relationship? It's increasingly moderated by technology. And so that technology is increasingly going to be crypto. It's going to be AI. Those are the interesting questions in my mind. How does the state and the individual, how is that relationship moderated by a rapidly evolving technology industry? And that is our shared goal. If you care about crypto, you have to care about what's going on in DC right now. So I would encourage all of your listeners to get involved, to write your congressman, to get up to speed, to think about a donation to Coin Center, to the Blockchain Association, the people that are fighting this fight for us. That is why we all find ourselves in DC right now with the important, and I would argue sacred challenge of educating our policymakers to make sure that America stays relevant and can stay the home of innovation.
So let me get this back. I recorded that just a little over a week ago, and I felt
It's
that
my great privilege that we have Eric Schmidt here with us today, actually on the topic of blitzscaling.
Okay, that was a YouTube glitch, I think. So I recorded that just a little over a week ago with Bart Stevens, the managing founder and managing partner of Blockchain Capital, a true OG in the industry, started Blockchain Capital in 2013. I just loved the way I felt he captured the essence of the culture of crypto, and he expressed why it's so important for us to work in DC and affect policy in DC. My last thing in the last 30 seconds I have to share with you is I really want your support and involvement.
Yeah, they have to turn
I would love to speak with you if you have interest in this and figure out how you can participate. I would love to have more subscribers to our YouTube channel.
So for the last talk of the session,
so
we
that
have
it might get
Naomi
picked up by the
Brockwell, and she's
algos
going to be
and spread a
talking
little
to
bit
us
more.
about the essentials of
I need your
practical.
help, and the industry desperately needs your help. I think this is God's work, and I'm happy to be in a position to do it, and I appreciate all your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. We've had a few questions come in, but I think that instead of asking them of you individually, we should address them as part of the panel with Kurt. So we're going to take a 8-minute break. We'll be back here at 10 minutes past the hour. Panel with Paul, Kurt, with myself facilitating, as I know far less about this topic than these two guys. So we'll see you back in 7 minutes' time.
Most people realize. Financial privacy and financial surveillance are kind of wonky terms, but what finance refers to on a very practical level, it's the very intimate details of how you interact with the world around you. So financial surveillance means someone seeing that you bought that wedding dress, that you bought that birth control, that you support someone on OnlyFans, that you support WikiLeaks, that you pay to see a marriage counselor twice a week, that you just hired the services of a divorce lawyer, or you've been undergoing treatment in an addiction facility. Financial privacy simply means the ability to partake in daily activities with dignity without having to reveal them to the world. Financial privacy, like privacy itself, is essential for a free society because the movement of our money reveals a treasure trove of information about our relationships, our jobs, our beliefs, our habits. Financial privacy allows us to support causes that we believe in without fear of retribution, to flee dangerous situations without fear of being tracked, to live our daily lives without feeling like every choice we make is on display and needs to be self-censored. Indeed, how can we truly have a free society if the way that we interact with the world around us is constantly monitored and controlled? Yet, despite the clear importance of financial privacy, it has all but disappeared in today's world. I created a channel to teach people how to carve out privacy in their digital lives and protect their privacy. But the hardest part of the whole jigsaw puzzle, the thing that I had the most trouble explaining to people how to do, is how to carve out financial privacy. And that is because of the stranglehold that central entities have over the entire system. It is the hardest part of privacy. If you want to send money anywhere, you need to use digital payment rails like SWIFT, Chess, ACH, Fedwire, SEPA, CNAPS. They are all heavily regulated systems where governments hold the reins of control. You can only access them through intermediaries, and you have to ask permission in order to use them. This enables censorship of entire industries through government covert programs like Operation Choke Point, because governments are able to dictate who has access to the financial world and who doesn't. What's more is that the gatekeepers of these systems have erected surveillance points at each juncture, monitoring all activities taking place in the digital financial realm. If we want to reclaim financial privacy, we're not going to find our solutions in the traditional financial world. I have lost all hope that we're going to be able to legislate privacy back into that world, into this system where payment rails are controlled by governments and banks. We need another system. But luckily, there are solutions. And indeed, if you're at a Zcash conference, you are a little bit aware of what those solutions may be. So in this talk, I want to dive deep into financial privacy. Financial surveillance has become so normalized in today's society that people instinctively bristle at the idea that a person might be allowed to spend their own money without governments knowing about it. And they think that this financial system can't and shouldn't operate without pervasive tracking and monitoring. So I first want to try to disarm this pernicious narrative so that we no longer take it for granted. I want to remind people that this total financial surveillance is actually a relatively new phenomenon. So we'll talk about the history of how this surveillance has come about and why it's essential that we reclaim the narrative around privacy. Financial privacy is not just normal, it's also essential for a free society. And then I'll talk about how you can reclaim more privacy in your financial activities. First, obviously, there's cash. Cash is great, but we'll discuss its limitations, especially in a global digital economy. Then there are digital alternatives, specifically cryptocurrencies. And while decentralized cryptocurrencies do offer the hope of censorship-resistant money, most are far from private. It depends on which currency you use, and most importantly, it depends on how you use it, even if you're using currencies that prioritize privacy. So we'll dive into techniques used to track cryptocurrency payments and de-anonymize transactions, and I'll explain what you can do to stay more private when using them. Everything I'll talk about is perfectly legal, I'll just say. So if you're bristling at this idea, it's all legal. You just have to choose to opt in, and it's easy to opt in. So if you're watching at home, I know a lot of people will be watching this video who aren't at a Zcash conference, and maybe they haven't yet taken the dive into cryptocurrencies. But if you are interested in privacy, I encourage you to start learning more about crypto. Reclaiming privacy in the traditional financial system has become all but impossible, but an alternative monetary system where we can build in privacy from scratch, that's exciting. Cryptocurrencies offer the best chance of financial privacy that we have in the digital world, if, and that's a big if, you use them properly. So let's start by talking about the current state of financial data collection. TLDR, it's not great. Every time you use a bank card, countless entities get access to your data. So there's your bank, there's the card network, there's the merchant, there's the payment processor, point of sale systems, the retailer's bank, mobile wallets, and financial apps if you've connected your transactions to those and tied them to your purchases. And then there are the thousands of entities that this data is then sold to. And yes, people are selling your data, even your bank, especially your bank. And it's perfectly legal for them to do so. Your financial activity is ending up in countless profiles that are sold all over the internet. Most people don't know that this is happening, or they've been trained not to care. In fact, many people are eager to announce that they have nothing to hide. Who hears that all the time? I have nothing to hide. It's a phrase that's used as this declaration of moral purity. But the fact is that financial surveillance is responsible for undermining the freedom and safety of billions of people every single day. Just look at those in Hong Kong who lined up for hours at train stations to pay in cash during the protests, knowing that any electronic payment would immediately tie their location to the protests and would result in their persecution. The moral grandstanding of those who renounce privacy, financial privacy, as a principle, it just means that they're privileged enough to be shielded from the oppressive effects of this surveillance. But the grandstanding isn't just blind to what's already happening around the world. It's also naive. Even if someone is a law-abiding citizen one day, that could change overnight. Laws change, social norms change, civil rights that you take for granted today might not always be there. But this financial surveillance apparatus that we've built and strengthened over decades will persist. Financial privacy isn't about enabling bad actors. It's about making sure that pervasive surveillance doesn't tip the balance of power so far away from the individual that we lose our free society. We must shift our perspective of financial privacy from a luxury to a necessity. Our day-to-day activities, whether they involve routine grocery shopping or political activism, require the shield of privacy to prevent undue scrutiny and control. And without this, our capacity to engage with the world and support organizations that we believe in is at risk of being arbitrarily severed. The thing is, we used to recognize the role of financial privacy in preserving freedom. It used to be the norm. So let's talk about how we got here. Bruce Fenton put it really well in a recent tweet. The whole tweet is on the right there. Good luck reading all of that. It's very long. So here's an excerpt. He basically said that an entire generation has been fooled into thinking that surveillance is a necessary part of finance. And that 30 years ago, when he started his career as a stockbroker and financial advisor, he could call you on the phone and sell to you without needing your date of birth or social security number. Indeed, a few decades ago, you could open a bank account without an ID. You just think about how much things have changed. Your mind's kind of blown, right? Now, a big part of that change came with the Patriot Act. This was first introduced in 2001, and it ushered in a radical departure in surveillance norms with severe AML and KYC requirements. But let's rewind even further. The woes of today's financial surveillance can be traced back in the US to 1970 and the passing of the Bank Secrecy Act. This act mandated that if you make cash transactions over a certain amount, your bank will consider this suspicious activity and send the government a report about it. Now, today, people have become numb to this surveillance. We're so used to this reporting that we don't even blink an eye. But the Bank Secrecy Act at the time was incredibly controversial. It was challenged as unconstitutional because the government isn't meant to be able to get information about you without a warrant. The Bank Secrecy Act's mandated reporting of financial transactions was a form of government surveillance without a warrant or probable cause, and this was prohibited by the Fourth Amendment. But unfortunately, the Supreme Court upheld the act for a really dumb reason. They said that the $10,000 reporting threshold written into the act wasn't an undue burden because the amount was so high in 1970. By 1970 standards, $10,000 would have bought you 2 brand new Corvettes. It would have covered nearly half the cost of a brand new house. The median price of a new home in 1970 was $23,000. The $10,000 threshold was, in 1970, a life-altering amount. Today, due to inflation, its purchasing power has dwindled to a fraction of that amount. The truly infuriating thing about the court's decision was that they never stipulated that the threshold should be adjusted to keep up with inflation. So as we continue to lose purchasing power on the dollar year after year, and who's been enjoying the 8.5% inflation from the past, how many years has it been now? The invasiveness of government financial surveillance digs deeper and deeper into our lives every single year. Instead of mandating suspicious activity reports every time we buy a house, today data is handed over about our everyday purchases. So as Bruce said, now just 25 years later, an entire generation thinks that this is normal. This is how it should be. Let's put aside the regulatory side of surveillance for a moment and look at the other critical part of history that changed the face of privacy, the digital revolution. So the internet, it transformed the way that we share information, allowing us to communicate with each other easier than ever before. But it has also become the most potent enabler of totalitarian surveillance that we have ever seen, allowing the collection of our most personal information at an unprecedented scale. We used to use cash for basically every purchase, and there was a limited ability not only for businesses to learn about us, but for governments to collect that information. These businesses weren't connecting to the internet and uploading everything digitally. They had paper records. There was no internet. It was tremendously hard for the government to get information, and banks just had no capacity to learn information. But now we have a world where our every digital move is tracked, especially our financial activities. In 1970, less than 20% of families had a credit card. And today, the average person has 3 to 4 cards. And we also use bank cards and online banking and mobile apps and platforms like Plaid and PayPal. And we leave a digital trail of our payments everywhere we go. And today, all of this data is indiscriminately collected regardless of the amount. So you can forget the $10,000 threshold. It doesn't even apply anymore. And it fuels a trillion-dollar industry with countless participants, advertisers, data brokers, financial services, and then everyone hands over this data to governments around the world in bulk. Why is this a thing? Why is the government, all the governments, why are they getting access to this money by default? Why are they just getting the ability to bulk collect all of our financial data? Well, we mentioned the Fourth Amendment earlier and how we're meant to have these protections. It's in the US, it's meant to protect and safeguard against the government being able to get all our information without a warrant, right? But in another supremely bad court decision, mind the pun, it was the Supreme Court, they ruled that we have no reasonable expectation of privacy if we hand our data over to a third party. This is what's known as the third-party doctrine. The ruling was made in a time that hadn't envisioned the internet. The entire internet runs on third parties. So the third-party doctrine has basically said that we're not allowed to have privacy on the internet. While the internet itself has enabled mass surveillance at a scale previously unimaginable, the third-party doctrine has thrown out the Fourth Amendment in the US and said that the government is allowed to collect it all. Now, keep in mind that other countries don't even need something like the third-party doctrine to collect this information because they don't have the same constitutional protections in the first place. The situation's actually uniform across the globe. Powerful entities want to know what you're doing with your money at all times. So what can we do? Obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is cash. Great tool for privacy because it doesn't leave a digital trail. There are a few problems, though. Cash is fast becoming a thing of the past. Many countries have banned cash for purchases over as little as $1,000. And other countries are scrapping withdrawals at banks. Can you believe that? This is in Australia. I just read this article. There are banks in Australia that are scrapping cash withdrawals at banks. So it's just a crazy situation. If you think that cash is still going to be around a decade from now, you need to really think hard about why the government would want to have cash around a decade from now. And all of this further stigmatizes the use of cash. Who here has ever tried to buy something from the Apple Store using cash? Anyone? No, so it's just me. I'm the only idiot in the room. Here's how it goes down. You feel like a fugitive, right? I find myself suddenly starting to make excuses for why I would have that much cash on me. I've been saving up for a while, or, I have a very limited budget, and this cash is an anomaly for this one purchase. Or I'll say things like, oh, I just want the cheapest model because I don't have that much cash on me. Like, it's amazing how guilty feel just like having a chunk of cash. Maybe I'm buying a computer, it's $3,000. And just having that makes me feel like I have to have all these excuses. But the thing is, I don't ever feel like I need to make excuses when I hand over my credit card. I can hand it over and be like, yeah, put the $7,000 one on that. That'd be great, thanks. And this is because cash is slowly and deliberately becoming culturally tainted. This shift is noticeable in everyday shopping experiences, but it's even more starkly felt when interacting with banks and other financial institutions. Who here has ever taken a check for 4 or 5 figures to a bank and tried to redeem it in cash? You kind of get this look like, you want what? Like, cash? Oh, we'll have to talk to my supervisor. Oh, you'll have to make an appointment. You'll have to come back a week from now, and then a week from now they'll say, make another appointment, maybe 7 weeks from now. I don't know about you. Don't access your own money too often or in sums that are too large, or you'll be reported to authorities. That is a crazy situation. And it's not because you've done anything illegal. Using cash is not illegal, but there are increasingly draconian thresholds of how much cash is permissible. And instead of the presumption of innocence when we use cash in large amounts, there is a systematized presumption of guilt. The government and the banks tell us this is suspicious activity and will be further investigated. So we've slowly created this culture where we associate financial privacy with criminality. This isn't how a free society should operate. We should all feel comfortable making private financial transactions because it's completely within our right to do so. Now, recently, I've been trying to make an effort to use cash where I can. It helps stem the digital trail I leave behind me, but it's also out of principle. I want to remind people that it's okay to not want to share their purchases with a bank or a third-party payment processor or all the companies that these entities are selling that data to or the countless governments around the world who are collecting it. It's okay to not want that. But the other major limitation of cash is that it just isn't a suitable medium in a global digital economy where we overwhelmingly make our purchases online. We need electronic payment methods that also give us the ability to keep our transactions to ourselves. And until recently, this was not possible. Any attempts to achieve this were shut down by governments. And then a bunch of cypherpunks started building systems that couldn't be shut down because there were no central focal points to target. The financial revolution that Bitcoin enabled us to make digital transactions while bypassing the surveilled and controlled traditional financial rails. It brought us permissionless, decentralized, and censorship-resistant money system. And it led to a Cambrian explosion of other cryptocurrencies because there are no gatekeepers to these systems, no central entities to regulate. Cryptocurrencies don't have the same built-in surveillance from KYC, and they don't enable automatic bulk data collection between banks and governments because you don't need banks to use them. However, cryptocurrencies do not guarantee your privacy when you use them. In fact, they unfortunately have the potential to be privacy's worst nightmare. First, many cryptocurrencies are public records of all transactions, and we'll talk about this in a moment. But second, cryptocurrencies are digital, and digital privacy is really hard. Thomas Drake, former senior executive at the NSA, he's a digital surveillance expert and whistleblower, once said, "There is no absolute anonymity electronically. There are means that make it more difficult to identify you, but there's always a digital trail." So let's learn about the ways to eliminate this digital trail as much as possible. We can actually achieve better privacy than you might realize. Now remember, there's basically no hope of privacy in the traditional financial system. At least with cryptocurrencies, privacy is possible. And achieving robust privacy is going to be a lot easier with some cryptocurrencies than with others. So I'll provide a bunch of tips for digital financial privacy. As I go through each tip, I'll explain the tracking threat model that we're trying to protect against. So the first step, use privacy coins. Now, there are a lot of disclaimers in this one. We'll break them down as we explain all of this, because privacy coins that are referred to as privacy coins vary dramatically in how they do or don't protect your privacy. And on top of that, you have to use them properly. But for now, let's just talk about one of the main benefits of using a privacy coin, which we'll define as a type of cryptocurrency that prioritizes the anonymity of its users and employs various techniques to conceal information about transactions. So most decentralized cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin have big ledgers called blockchains that publicly record all information about each transaction for anyone to see. Now, this on-chain data, often called a transaction graph, includes where money came from, where it went to, how much was sent, timestamps of when it all happened. And all of this information is publicly visible for many different cryptocurrencies. You can look on blockchain explorers and easily search through all of it for each transaction. But on-chain data goes so much deeper than just these elements. The blockchain contains information like which address types were used in a transaction. So in Bitcoin alone, there are lots of different address types, P2SH, Bech32. There's SegWit-enabled addresses versus non-SegWit. Then there are different transaction features that might reveal themselves in this on-chain data, like lock time, replace by fee. Each kind of wallet software is going to have its own kind of trace. For example, one wallet software might produce a transaction feature that looks very different from the ones produced by another piece of software. Exchanges and other big entities generate transactions programmatically. And when they send these transactions to the network, they'll write them in a way that leaves their own kinds of footprints. And you can look at how the change amounts are written. When someone gets change from a transaction, the position of the change address appears in the transaction, that as it appears in the transaction can sometimes be a telling feature for a particular entity. Some exchanges or wallets might always put the change address in the same place in the list of outputs. Either it's always first in the list or it's always last in the list, etc. Basically, there is a huge list of things that can possibly identify and help de-anonymize a transaction, just using on-chain data alone. And researchers from Princeton released a paper outlining a bunch of them. Cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin that don't implement privacy features on-chain are revealing a ton of information that will be there forever. Now, in the early days, crypto users weren't thinking about any of this. Many thought that if they were careful to never tie their real-world identity to any of their accounts, then they'd be able to stay anonymous when using it. I kind of think of this, like Bitcoin's idea of privacy, as like a toddler's idea of privacy. Like, you can't see me because I put my head under a pillow. It's like, but I can see your body sticking out. You know, that's kind of what Bitcoin privacy is. When you use a cryptocurrency where your transaction data is perpetually visible on the blockchain, you're essentially wagering against technological advancement. Your bet is that no one will ever possess the capacity to assemble these scattered pieces of data that you've left in your wake and tie your identity to the transaction. Especially as we've just witnessed a giant AI boom in the last year. I mean, this seems like a pretty naive opinion. This is definitely not a wager that I am willing to make. A good privacy coin won't make this data visible on the blockchain in the first place, or they'll try to decrease as much of this data being visible as possible. And this is one of the huge advantages of privacy coins. So there are lots of different privacy coins that use different techniques to try to get better privacy for users. Zcash and Monero are two of the most popular ones. So let's dive into them and see how they're actually protecting privacy. Starting with Monero. Here are some of the techniques used to reduce on-chain data available about transactions. To hide transaction amounts, Monero uses bulletproofs. It's a type of zero-knowledge proof that allows users to prove that they have a certain amount of funds without revealing the exact amount of their transaction. To hide, we're not up to Zcash yet, in a moment. To hide the recipient of the money, there's a stealth address. So instead of sending money directly to someone's public address, the sender generates a one-time stealth address for the transaction. It's based on the receiver's public address and some random data, so although the stealth address is recorded on the public blockchain, an observer can't link that to someone's real public address. Monero doesn't technically hide who the sender of a transaction is. They do leak some data on it, but they obfuscate the sender amongst a bunch of other possible senders in what's called a ring signature. So the current ring size for Monero is 16. So when a transaction is signed, the sender's signature is mixed with 15 other decoy signatures taken from past transactions to form a ring of possible senders. So it's an anonymity set of 16, which you can think of like a 1 in 16 chance of guessing who the sender is. And a final privacy tool used by Monero that isn't about on-chain privacy, but I think it's a cool privacy tool, is Dandelion++, which is a protocol that obscures your IP address when creating a transaction. Instead of broadcasting your transaction directly to the entire network so that everyone can see where it originated, it gets passed to other nodes in the network first, sort of like how Tor works. So now let's look at Zcash, another popular privacy coin. And instead of using different tools to hide different aspects of the transaction or obfuscate with decoys, when you transact privately with Zcash, everything is encrypted so that none of this information makes its way to the blockchain. The way Zcash privacy works is with shielded pools. Money transacted inside this shielded pool is opaque. You can't see who the sender is, you can't see who the recipient is, you can't see the amount that was transacted. So instead of an anonymity set being 16, where the privacy set is limited to the number of transactions mixed together at that single moment in time, the anonymity set of Zcash is everyone who has ever put money into the shielded pool that you're using, which is over 1.1 million for the sapling shielded pool and 305,000 for the orchard shielded pool as of February this year. Zcash also uses a fixed fee rate so that this doesn't leak unnecessary information about a transaction. So by using coins that radically reduce the amount of information that you can even see about a transaction on the blockchain, you're already taking huge steps towards improving your digital financial privacy. But using privacy coins is not enough. You have to use them properly, which brings me to tip number 2. Don't use pass-through privacy, i.e. where you take your transparent coins, you exchange them into a privacy coin, then you send them straight back out into the transparent world, into a transparent coin, etc. Now, many people believe that if they exchange their coins into a privacy coin and out again, it will somehow wash them. It doesn't work like that. Privacy does not work as a pass-through mechanism, no matter which coin you're using, because de-anonymizing transactions is all about pattern matching. So just recently, a blog explained how hackers used malware in the Electrum Atom wallet to steal funds, and the blog detailed how these funds were able to be tracked to a Bitcoin address, then converted into Monero, and then converted back to Bitcoin. And the movement was easily tracked the whole way. How is this possible? Well, obviously, if you're using any kind of centralized exchange, they're going to know how funds are moved. But just from the mass tracking perspective, remember that list of all the transaction features and other on-chain data that can fingerprint transactions? If funds pass briefly through a privacy coin, an analyst will just pick up the scent again on the other side, matching attributes from before the funds were exchanged with funds that were made transparent again. It's an incredibly effective method. When you combine this with timing analysis, it's particularly potent. For example, if an observer notices that a certain amount is exchanged into a privacy coin and a similar amount exchanged for something else shortly after, it might be possible to infer that those transactions are linked, even if the details of what happened inside the privacy-enhanced tool are obscured. Even if funds are moved to a new chain, if the amounts are similar and timing analysis is employed, tracing the movement of the funds is possible. A swift in and out transaction will leave fingerprints on either side of a transaction that can be pattern matched. So it doesn't matter whether you're passing your money through Monero or shielded Zcash, privacy comes at rest, not as a pass-through mechanism. So how do you use these coins properly? Well, when you think of privacy, think of private storage, not private transactions. actually store your coins within a privacy-enhanced environment, like a shielded pool, for an extended period. And by doing so, your funds become significantly harder to track amongst all other transactions. Now, this doesn't mean that you can never leave these private ecosystems. Privacy is just more effectively preserved over time rather than just during the act of a single transaction. So this way, if you do eventually want to move your funds to a transparent ecosystem like Bitcoin or back into a transparent address, you can, because timing analysis won't be useful for matching transactions. But there are still other pattern matching that could work on the transparent side. So that brings us to tip number 3. Find ways to randomize behavior and transaction attributes. So for example, if you always use a particular address type, if you always use a particular wallet that writes out transactions in a particular way, if you always send funds during certain hours or on certain days, breaking up your patterns can be helpful. So let's quickly talk about coin mixes and coin join transactions in light of tips 2 and 3. So coin mixes allow you to tumble your coins around with a bunch of others in the hope that the trail is lost and no one can tell which coins are yours and when they come out the other side. And a coin join is one kind of coin mixing. These tools are similar to pass-through privacy. The anonymity set is capped at the number of inputs in that one transaction at that one particular moment in time. Now, you can think of a coin mixer's idea of privacy like a teenager's idea of privacy. One that's kind of angsty and shouts like, you can't prove it was me. And they think that that's fine because, they can just get away with that because plausible deniability or something like that. So I'll just reiterate, plausible deniability is not a good privacy strategy, right? Imagine someone walking and they briefly pass behind a curtain and then they keep walking out the other side. Yes, there is a brief moment where you lost track of them behind the curtain, but you saw them walk out the other side. So even if you lost sight of them momentarily, you can join the dots, just like other forms of pass-through privacy. Now, of course, coin mixes, they're not quite that simple. So don't get angry in comments or questions after or whatever. But chain analysts have proven to be able to follow coins through mixes and coin join transactions. So that's worth noting. And this has been confirmed by chain analytics companies like Chainalysis and Elliptic. Keep in mind, these companies are billion-dollar companies that have tremendous amounts of resources to put into just honing in on whatever data they can scrape from the internet to try to de-anonymize transactions. So again, pass-through privacy doesn't work. A swift in and out transaction will leave fingerprints on either side that can be pattern matched. So remember that. But there are things you can do to make things like coin mixes a little better. Again, if you're dealing with transparent coins, there's a lot of on-chain data that you just can't eliminate. So I don't recommend it. Coin mixes will only take you so far, but here are some things that will help a little. So the rule that the longer you leave your coins in a private ecosystem, the better, does apply here too. The longer you tumble your coins, the better. Now, this might be prohibitively expensive if you're using something like Bitcoin and you want to tumble your coins for several days straight. You will lose all of your Bitcoin doing that. But other coins, it might be more feasible. So Bitcoin Cash has their own variant of coin join called Cash Fusion, where you don't need to send money in set denominations. You can mix any amount. Now, you can actually keep your coins mixing in the background on your computer for several days and only pay a few pennies. And this increases the anonymity set of the coins dramatically and improves your privacy. But again, watch for that pattern matching when you pull them back out again. These are transparent coins with a lot of data that can be analyzed. If you withdraw the funds to an address type you often use, to a wallet you usually use, if you use all your old habits when taking out these coins out of this private ecosystem, it might still be possible to trace your funds. So be aware of those things once your coins are tumbled. And there are a couple of privacy tools worth mentioning that add privacy to transparent coins. So the first is Railgun, which is a shielded pool where you can send Ethereum, Polygon, and any EVM chain. Ethereum is notoriously bad for privacy because a big job of chain analysts is to figure out the purpose of different funds. Like, what is this being used for? And on Ethereum, they literally write the purpose right there in the blockchain. If you're sending money to Uniswap, it'll just say that right there in the chain, like this was a Uniswap transaction. Not in so many words, but there are identifiers that point to all of the users and whatever smart contracts you're entering your money in. So something like Railgun, which encrypts all of that data and puts the coins into a shielded pool so that you can't tell what funds are for or amounts or where they're going to or from, this could be really helpful. And Namada is a project which is trying to create a kind of shielded pool that can work across all chains, with the idea being that the larger the anonymity set, the better. And what better way to create a large anonymity set than to make the pool compatible with all coins? So again, if you can make your transactions in an encrypted environment, you will have much better privacy. Hiding on-chain data is a critical part of financial privacy when it comes to crypto transactions. But there are other data, there's other data that needs to be safeguarded too. So the fourth tip is to protect against OSINT privacy leaks, which is basically the digital trail that you leave behind you when you use the internet in general. So OSINT stands for open source intelligence. And a lot of OSINTs that we're interested in is just going to be network level privacy. So for example, your IP address. Are you revealing that when you interact with cryptocurrency ecosystems? Or are you using a VPN or Tor? And also keep in mind, just an aside, if you're using a VPN, you're trusting that VPN company. So that's definitely something that you should consider. Now, there are lots of ways that someone might get your IP address as you interact in various ways with cryptocurrency. Nodes in the crypto network can collect IP addresses, for example, and you'll find that chain analytics firms actually run a lot of nodes in each network to try and help them collect as much data as possible and trace transactions. Websites that you visit also collect IP addresses, which includes blockchain explorers. When you use a blockchain explorer, you're just passively viewing data on a website, so you're not actually interacting with the network. So for most people, this won't seem like sensitive activity where they'd need to hide their IP address. Unfortunately, many chain analytics firms capitalize on this lax privacy. They've been known to secretly run blockchain explorers as honeypots to log people's IP addresses along with any other data that they can capture. And while you're not actually using the network when you look up transactions or addresses in a block explorer, you are declaring that you have interest in that transaction or address, which is another data point that can help de-anonymize transactions. Wallets can be another huge point of data leakage. In order for a wallet to be able to tell you how much money is in that wallet, it has to know which addresses belong to you, and it has to query those addresses on the blockchain. But the wallet on your phone isn't storing its own copy of the blockchain. That would be way too large and data intensive. Instead, you're probably running what's called a light wallet on your phone, and the wallet has its own servers that host nodes and have a copy of the relevant blockchains. So Electrum wallet will have Electrum servers, Atomic wallet has Atomic servers, MetaMask runs Ethereum servers using Infura, which runs copies of the Ethereum blockchain, etc. So let's say I have in my wallet address 1, 2, and 3. My light wallet will send a request across the internet to the wallet server and query balances for address number 1, address number 2, and address number 3. This is a huge deal for privacy because that query activity is often logged by the receiving server along with your IP address. So one way to improve your privacy is to run a full node. It's not convenient. It's not easy. I'm really sorry. You have to make sure that you're keeping your system up to date and patched. And if you're not, you're at risk of losing your funds. But it is really good for privacy. When you run a full node, you maintain a copy of the blockchain on your own system. And this means that when you need to know your address balance or look up a transaction, your node can find this information directly from its local copy of the blockchain without needing to expose your crypto addresses and IP to a third party. You can also connect your light wallet to your own node in most cases, so you can get the convenience of less data consumption on your phone and better privacy. Now, if you don't want to, that moment where you realize you screen grabbed something and accidentally left like a little artifact there. All right, that's cool. If you don't want to run your own node, there's a really interesting new data market called Archaeo that allows you to pay to get this blockchain data from a decentralized marketplace instead of giving your data to centralized servers that might be seized or subpoenaed. There are also different ways that wallets can still be lightweight without revealing too much information to third parties. So different wallets that use things like Bloom filters that can ask for specific transactions matching a pattern rather than about a specific transaction. So this avoids having to disclose which addresses you're interested in. Different wallets can be better for privacy than others in other ways too. So the Zingo wallet for Zcash, for example, gives you the option with memos to choose the privacy level that you want. Either not download any memos, you could download all memos, or you could choose to download just the memos that belong to you. And each of those tiers will reveal a different amount of information about you. I wish that more wallets would integrate this kind of user choice when it comes to privacy. Another way that wallets might leak your data is by showing you exchange rates, or in other words, your balance, for example, in US dollars. To know what the balance in your wallet in USD terms is, your wallet has to ping some API and get that data. So that's one more leak that might potentially tie you to a transaction. Like, oh, she just got the exchange rate for this crypto. She must have opened her wallet. Perhaps one of these transactions just sent was hers. All of this data helps put pieces together. Now, something I first noticed in other Zcash wallets and was delighted to see it was that I can opt out of having the wallet show me USD or fiat amounts. Choosing was a warning pop-up when I went to view a transaction after it was sent. Now, often wallets, after you've sent or received a transaction, it'll give you the ability to view your transaction on a blockchain explorer. By going to this third-party Block Explorer website, your device might be fingerprinted, your IP address logged, among other things. It's not great for your privacy. Now, the first time I used Nighthawk and clicked this View Transaction button, I was so happy to get a pop-up warning me that I was about to do something that was bad for my privacy. So 2 big thumbs up to Nighthawk for helping educate and protect their users. A lot of people probably don't even realize that this is a potential privacy leak. Now, for this 5th tip, instead of suggesting proactive measures, I emphasize the importance of sidestepping potential pitfalls, but I will also offer some proactive tips. So this 5th tip is this 5th tip for more private crypto transactions is to beware of some of the active analysis tricks used to de-anonymize transactions. So what do I mean by active analysis tricks? So far, we've only talked about passive analysis. So that means just observing information on the blockchain and off. Active analysis techniques are where blockchain analysts are actively interacting with the blockchain in an attempt to try to link transactions together and de-anonymize them. One technique is the Danan gift attack. This is where someone intentionally interacts with a target by sending them a small amount of cryptocurrency, creating a known transaction that can then be traced on the blockchain. Who has had random small amounts just appear in their wallet? Don't put your hand up. We don't want to know. It's all captured on video. Don't tell them you have a wallet. So the target might not even notice that this transaction is even there, because often this gift size is so small. Such small amounts are referred to as dust, so you might hear people refer to this as a kind of dusting attack. The intention is for the target to sweep up the small amount into a transaction with their other coins when they go to spend the coins or move them. And as the attacker's funds are now mixed with the target's own funds, this would allow the attacker to link the victim's transactions together and follow their movement. Now, one thing you can do to avoid this trap is to use a wallet that allows you to choose specific UTXOs when you make a transaction and deliberately avoid others. So you could avoid using these dust amounts. But even better, use privacy coins that hide addresses and transaction amounts. A Danan gift attack would be ineffective against privacy coins like Zcash. While an attacker could send funds to a known address, tracing what happens to those funds afterwards would be challenging because the privacy mechanism of coins like this. But there are also gift attacks where amounts are fingerprinted. So because cryptocurrencies can be broken down into really small fractions of a coin with lots of decimal places, so 8 in the case of Zcash, 12 in the case of Monero, the amount gifted could be a tiny, distinct, and recognizable amount. For example, something like 0.00001678. So this is a fingerprint that might resurface later. It turns out that these tiny amounts often persist even after multiple hops. So if you send your coins to an exchange or to a transparent address, be careful that this fingerprint isn't following you there. If an amount suddenly reappears in a publicly visible transaction and that exact decimal intact or minus a predictable fee, it can be possible to link where that money came from. Another active attack to watch out for that's specific to Monero is a decoy attack. This is a known technique that chain analyst companies and other entities actively engage in, where the network is flooded with transactions. It's actually not that expensive to do, and those with vast means are looking for ways to break privacy coins. So because all decoys used in a ring signature are all real public keys pulled from the network, if there are any decoys used in a particular transaction that you know belong to you, you can cross those off your list as possible senders and increase your chances of figuring out who the actual sender is. It's worth noting that when governments get control of Monero funds via dark market seizures or exchange seizures, it has the same effect. These outputs are now in the control of government entities. So if they show up in any future transactions as decoys, they can cross themselves off the list of possible senders. This is one of the greatest weaknesses of ring signatures. So I'm super happy that Monero is looking to get rid of the ring CT protocol for hiding senders and replace it with technology developed by the privacy coin Firo instead. Again, plausible deniability isn't a great privacy tool. So as far as Zcash is concerned, it's worth mentioning for any watching at home who aren't as familiar with these coins that when you use Zcash, you can actually choose whether or not you want your transaction to be private. This has come in handy because it allows exchanges to support transparent Zcash and still remain compliant, whereas many exchanges have delisted other privacy coins, and so as a result, they can be much harder to purchase. So that is an advantage. But if you want really robust privacy, just make sure that you're, how is that an empty slide right there? There we go. So you want to be sure that if you want really robust privacy, make sure that you're sending money from a shielded pool. So it's helpful to visualize Zcash transactions like this. There's a shielded pool, and sending money within that pool, super private. Sending money completely outside of that pool, not at all private. It's just like a Bitcoin transaction, right? If you send money into a shielded pool, no one can see where the money is going to, but they can see that it was you who sent it. And if you send money out of a shielded pool, people can see where it went, but they don't know anything about where it came from. So it's a misunderstanding to think that sending money to a transparent address from a shielded privacy pool undermines your privacy. It doesn't if you're using it correctly. No one can see where this money came from. It's pass-through privacy that is the problem. If you send money to a transparent address, it doesn't undermine your privacy at all if you are keeping your money at rest in a shielded pool and being aware of OSINT leakage. So that's an important distinction to be aware of. So basically, there is a lot of data out there that can tie real identities to transactions. Patterns are really easy to find, given all the data, both on-chain and off, that we leave behind when we use cryptocurrency. And as AI gets better and better, finding these patterns becomes easier and easier. There is an industry making billions of dollars de-anonymizing our transactions. If you think that, oh, I'm just going to slip through the cracks, no one's looking at me, these people are paid a lot of money to look at all of you. So be aware of that when you're making transactions. And yet, all of this is still better than using traditional finance. The reason is because traditional payment rails are controlled with surveillance in every corner, while crypto has no gatekeepers. So if you are careful with how you use this system, you can protect your financial privacy. Traditional privacy tools like cash continue to dwindle in relevance, but cryptocurrencies like privacy coins present themselves as torchbearers of financial privacy in this new digital era. Just remember, with this promise comes caveats. The level of privacy that you get is contingent upon the choices you make, so make sure that you make good ones. The onus is on us to embrace our options and exercise our right to privacy. Now, we stand at the threshold of a new financial history. And it's becoming a new era of financial history. And it's becoming increasingly important to challenge prevailing notions about how much surveillance we're willing to tolerate in our lives. Financial privacy is not about evading legality, but about affirming liberty. Financial surveillance is currently everywhere, but it's neither a necessary nor an inevitable feature of a monetary system. Privacy in our financial affairs is not only possible, but it's integral to the functioning of a free society. The future is not yet written. We can write it by reclaiming our digital lives. Thank you.
All right. So we have a number of questions, but I'm going to start off with the question, I guess, as someone who helps develop Zcash. And so for a lot of this, there's a lot of very technical, very subtle details that users need to remember. And generally, like, users tend to get things wrong because there's so many things that they have to remember. So I guess for people who are developing Zcash and developing the wallets, like, what kinds of things would you tell us to make Zcash as user friendly and sort of help prevent mistakes so users just don't have to think about it?
Well, I would say, like, it took me a long time to get into Zcash. I think when it first started, me and my friends set up computers and tried to, like, mine it, and then we were like, oh, this is very confusing, and, like, I just kind of forgot about it for years. The big thing that stopped me diving into it was honestly first understanding, like, well, how do I even make a private transaction? Like, is there like a thing that I need to do, a plugin I need to install? Is it like a separate wallet type that's a shielded wallet that I put it into? And so I think, like, even in wallets, like a frequently asked questions section that explains, like, if you send money to a T address, that is a transparent address. If you send money to a Z address, this is a shielded address. Kind of explaining that mechanism and that it's all about address types probably would have gotten me in a lot sooner. And it's the most frequent question that I get from people when they're asking about this. They were like, how do I even do it? It's like, just use a Z address. It's as simple as that. It seems so obvious to all of us, but if you're not aware of these systems, it can be really daunting. But yeah, just things like little tips that pop up that remind you about privacy and which things may actually be jeopardizing your privacy. That's not going to be great for everyone because a lot of people don't like that stuff. Me personally, I love being educated about that stuff. If I'm using something and suddenly I get a thing saying, hey, did you know that could hurt your privacy? That's super. I could be like, oh, I didn't know, and now I do, and I can make a more active decision in how much privacy I want to reveal. So stuff like that could be really helpful.
Great. If there's wallet developers here, or if you know a wallet developer, please, come engage in this conversation after this. Yeah, I guess, okay, so another question that came from someone watching this talk is, how would you help someone understand the importance of privacy who's just starting to learn about our ecosystem?
It's hard because, as we know, privacy, like, surveillance is so pervasive. And so a lot of us we dived into this internet era without even being aware that that might be a thing that could be an issue one day. So we just hand out our data to everyone. And so I think for people just starting out, look at the giant low-hanging fruit in your life and just start to patch that first. Don't worry about the tiny details of, oh, well, which, metadata am I leaking in this particular fringe case? Start saying, like, are you using a Gmail account? Who here's using again, don't tell me, I don't want to know, I'll just get sad. If you're using Gmail, just stop. They're collecting everything in your emails. They're analyzing it and tagging it. They're feeding that into algorithms to create profiles on you that they're selling to advertisers, who then learn that data about you based on the people that they're targeting and the people that Google gives them access to. Don't use Gmail. Use something like Proton Mail. Use something like Tutanota. Both are more privacy respecting email services that don't have access to your emails. If you're using SMS for anything, there are literally regulations that dictate globally that you are not allowed to encrypt the communication channels if you're a telecom provider anywhere in the world. This is uniform in every country. They're not allowed to encrypt them. That is why sending an SMS, making a normal phone call is completely in the open. What you put in those telecommunication channels is up to you, though. So if you're using something like Signal to communicate, you're encrypting that package first and then sending it out, so no one can get access to what you say on a video call, on a phone call, what you say in a message. Stop using SMS, get everyone in your life onto something like Signal. Things like that. Just look for the giant low-hanging fruit if you're still using Facebook at all. But for DMs, just stop communicating with people there, message them and say, hey, this is my Signal number. It's a really easy app. Message me here. All of that stuff, like which browser you're using. Are you using Chrome? Stop it immediately. They're collecting everything that you send out, even if you don't press enter. If you type in a search, you're like, where can I buy marijuana? No, I'm not going to send that. Delete, delete. Too bad. It's already been sent to Google. They have logged all of that because they're capturing every keystroke you're putting into your search bar. So stop using Chrome, stop using Google search. Opt for something like, Brave is a great option because out of the box, really great default privacy that's going to protect you. So just look for these really easy, low-hanging fruit and start to clean that up, because honestly, unless you guys are giving out the market signal that you care about privacy by actually opting into these tools, these people don't know. Developers aren't going to want to create this stuff if no one's using it. So start opting for these tools that give you back your privacy. Start voting with your money and with your choices and saying, like, yes, privacy is important to me and I choose to use your product.
I'll also give a shout out to the Rise Up folks. They make email, and
Yep.
I know them and they're amazing. So that's another option as well. Okay, so another question. This year marked 10 years since the Edward Snowden revelations. We've made a lot of progress in some areas of privacy, but a lot of things still need to be developed. In your opinion, what should be prioritized for mass adoption of privacy, and how can we help?
Ooh, mass adoption of privacy. So this is difficult. I think the biggest thing to come out of Snowden, obviously, we went from HTTP to HTTPS for basically everything. I think before him, it was like 20% of the internet was encrypted in transit, and then after his revelations, it was Google and Apple that said, hang on, we didn't know about some of this, and they started, encrypting their sites, which just transferred it to like 80% of information is now encrypted. That was huge, and that came from the business side. That was not users opting in and saying, I'm going to choose privacy. That was privacy-focused people starting companies or being in companies and changing their policies. It was when WhatsApp decided to institute, the open whisper systems, the Signal protocol, that they gave encrypted messenger opportunities to billions of people around the world. That was huge. Don't use WhatsApp now. It's kind of shit. But back, when they did that, that was a giant, giant transformation. So if you're creating a product and there's a way that you can make it a little more privacy friendly, you can make a huge impact. I also think culture is a major focus we need to think about. Start pushing back against that narrative of, I got nothing to hide, or privacy as a principle isn't a thing. Remind them there are people around the world who are literally dying, who are literally having their lives destroyed because they don't have privacy. So good for you that you have a lovely, safe life. I'm very happy for you. But privacy is of fundamental importance to a free society. So just start reminding people of that, and just remind them that they're very lucky, but privacy is essential for maintaining a free society. And we do risk losing it if we don't fight for it.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, so kind of learning about your role in teaching people about privacy systems. Where do you see people make mistakes, and how can we learn from where people make mistakes, or what things are really easy for people?
It's interesting because I put out two very different kinds of content. I started with a YouTube channel that does super dry, deep dive videos into this is how this protocol works. And surprisingly, like, people watch them, and I'm always amazed because I just learn about it because I'm interested. I put out a video and people are like, this is interesting. And then I started putting out completely different kind of content. Like I was duplicating that content and trying TikTok and Instagram where people have no idea about privacy, and no one watched it. So then I started creating specific content where I just dress up in like ridiculous outfits and put on dumb voices and say things like, also Gmail's not good. And what was shocking to me is the number of people who'd respond and be like, what? Gmail is not good? And I'm like, oh, wow, people don't know this stuff. So I'm shocked at how much people don't understand about their privacy being invaded. And I realized somewhere along the way that it's not that people don't care about privacy. I actually find that when you drill down, they do care. They just have no idea what's going on. So I think the more we can educate people and explain to them, like, actually how these things are taking place. Like, yes, your Snapchat is not private. There are government tools that give them backdoors to all of that, and they're exploited all the time. Let people know about this stuff. And suddenly when it becomes personal, when it's about tools that they're using in their lives, suddenly it makes their ears perk up. If you just talk about privacy as a principle, people don't get it. They don't understand why this applies to them. But if you put it in context of how it applies to their life and the things that they're doing, the videos overwhelmingly on TikTok and Instagram that do well are all about like the most popular tools. They want to know, like, is Discord safe? And I'm like, of course Discord isn't safe. But, you know, I can't say it like that. I have to be like, great question. Discord is not private. But just like, I mean, having patience with this as well, because like when I first started out, I remember the first, like I had a crypto channel. Mine was a crypto channel since like 2013. I was making crypto content because I came from the economics background. I was interested in competing currencies, like this Hayekian idea of how do we have a free world by embracing alternative money. And then along the way, I just realized, how can you even participate in decentralized systems if the government knows you're doing it, and if they don't want you to, they could just target you directly. Like, you need privacy to protect yourself if you want to use these systems. So I transferred in the first video I did. I was like, I read a tweet by Snowden and I was kind of obsessed with him at this stage. I like just read his memoir and I was like, holy moly, there's like Tempest and Turmoil and Turbine and all of the, you know, X Keyscore or whatever it is, like all these tools. And he's explaining how they all work. And my mind was blown. And he wrote this tweet and he's like, I don't use Wi-Fi because of these, you know, publicly accessible access points that are visible. I'm like, what? So I just kind of went down this rabbit hole and I was like, guys, did you know there are public lists of like Wi-Fi access points and potentially this could track your location? So I just kind of went into this like deep dive, but I started out being so naive and having no concept. That's where most people are. The regimes change, norms change, but your data is forever. Remind people of that, because even if they don't think they need to protect it now, they don't know who's going to have access to that data in future. They don't know what government's going to be in control, which demographic that government might not like. So just remind them of that and remind them that every piece of data that they're leaking into the world by using that Gmail account or that SMS is going to be stored permanently in a record associated with their identity and accessible to whoever wants to access it in the future.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the work that you do. Thank you for telling us all of this, and let's give Naomi a hand. Okay, I think we have a 30-minute snack break now. So thanks, everyone.
Welcome to another Zcash Foundation community call. Today, we're going to be meeting the two newest members of the Zcash Foundation's board, J.W. Verrett and Marta Belcher. Let's plunge straight in, and I'll ask Marta to start off by introducing herself. What's your background? How did you end up getting involved in crypto? And what enticed you to get involved with Zcash?
Hi, yes, I'm so excited to be here and just so thrilled. Could not be more thrilled to be one of the newest members of the Zcash Foundation board. So I am a cryptocurrency and civil liberties attorney. I was previously focusing on technology and civil liberties as an attorney, and in 2015 got involved in cryptocurrency primarily because I was interested in the ways in which it could import the civil liberties of benefits of cash into the online world. I was in private practice for a long time at Ropes and Gray, focusing on cryptocurrency issues. And then I went to Protocol Labs, first as the general counsel, first as outside general counsel, then as in-house general counsel and head of policy, was part of the team that launched Filecoin and was the person who was put in charge of going and launching the Filecoin Foundation. So I also launched the Filecoin Foundation, and the president and chair of the Filecoin Foundation, and also launched at the same time a 501c3 charitable organization called the Filecoin Foundation for the Decentralized Web, where I'm also the president and chair. In addition to that, I've been doing a ton of policy work in the cryptocurrency space, mostly focused on privacy and civil liberties. So things like testifying in Congress, state legislatures, especially about issues that relate to privacy. I am actually special counsel at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I am also on the board of the Blockchain Association and heavily involved in policy efforts in the cryptocurrency space. Could not be more thrilled to be here and be a member of the Zcash Foundation board and part of the broader Zcash community.
Yeah, it's great to have you on board. It's fantastic to have myself and JW join the board. JW, do you want to introduce yourself for the audience?
Sure, thanks, Jack. Really appreciate that, and good to be here with you, with Marta, with the team from ZF. A little bit about my background: I teach banking law, securities law, and corporate law and accounting, forensic accounting at George Mason Law School. I'm, I guess, kind of, in simple terms, I'm a libertarian banking law professor, which is a depressing thing to be. I describe myself that way in a crypto privacy debate I had with some central bank people from IMF and stuff, and they all laughed like, "Oh, libertarian banking law professor, that must be depressing." To which I responded, "Well, if we get crypto right, every fight that I've lost in banking regulation won't matter anymore." And they stopped laughing immediately. The room got kind of awkward. So I'm really drawn to crypto for a lot of reasons, and to the privacy space and to the Zcash community. I guess one of the things that I do is forensic accounting work to help defendants in money laundering, wire fraud, sort of prosecutions. And some securities enforcement defense work. I help defendants. So I see government overreach. I see government tracing of funds. When you see up close the AML military industrial complex, I guess the BSA industrial complex, when you see it up close and you see the impacts on real people and clients, how could you not be excited about what Zcash is doing, right? And how can you not be committed to the idea that privacy is normal? So I came to this as a lawyer with limited technical knowledge, almost none. So I'm just here to help, try to be useful, try to defend the community if I can. Do that, and I'm learning a lot from the team at ZF. I'm learning a lot from everybody in our community, trying to listen, trying to learn, trying to be useful. And just so excited and thrilled to be, a year ago, I was learning how to do shielded transactions and really
Que algún día volveré. Que algún día volveré. Sé que algún día volveré, el tiempo lo dirá, no dudes de mí, es complicado de entender si tú no estás ahí. No puede amanecer. Sé que algún día volveré. Que algún día volveré. Sé que algún día volveré, el tiempo lo dirá, no dudes de mí, es complicado de entender si tú no estás ahí. No puede amanecer. Sé que algún día volveré.
Well, we'll see if he's here. And he's here. Great. We're going to get started. Is this your wizard's hat? It's a prop. Right, we're going to get started. We're going to get going again. And I'd like to welcome Zuko to the stage to talk about the future of Zcash sustainability and decentralization. Welcome, Zuko.
Thanks. Thank you all for being here. Okay, people are trickling in. I got this button. Okay, so this is about Zcash governance and funding. And I planned this whole thing from the perspective of just a Zcasher. I'm not representing ECC in this talk. And in startups, we always say we wear multiple hats in startups because there's so many different things that need to be done and we flip-flop. So as of now, I'm taking off my ECC hat. I'm not representing ECC. And I'm putting on my wizard hat. Okay. There are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. I love this word of wisdom from Thomas Sowell, an economist. I'm not an economist, I'm an engineer, but I think the same thing about engineering. There are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. Everything is about trade-offs. And I've tried to design what I'm talking about here to work for whatever your favorite dev fund or governance idea is. It's all about trade-offs, and I tried to make this very abstract, so I'm trying not to advocate for my specific thing, although I do have one word of advice on the last slide. But what I tried to do here was talk about general truths about how everything is trade-offs, and these are some of them. The dev fund, which was instituted by the community in 2020, came with a 4-year sunset clause built into the blockchain. And the clock is ticking. And the Zcash community has already started this really vigorous debate about what to do after the dev fund. Do without it, do it again, or change it. As far as I can see, almost all of the energy is in change it. There's a substantial vocal minority who want to get rid of it. And I don't think anybody has advocated for just keeping the dev fund as it is. Here's my bias. I think the dev fund is awesome because I think that's what provides sustainability to the Zcash project. And I've often heard from other crypto projects that they wish they had a dev fund instead of either the volunteer-based thing that they currently have or having had an ICO back in the day, whatever other structures out there. What I hear from them is that they think the dev fund is awesome. I think so too, at an engineering level. By the way, this is a solar punk future. Yeah, I think the dev fund is solar punk. Okay, I'm going to use the dev fund as an example data point, but what I'm trying to get at is general truths about all possible funding and governance systems. So whatever your favorite dev fund replacement idea is, hopefully this can be useful to you. So what everyone says and what it shows on the website and everything is that 80% of the funding currently of the issuance of new Zcash coins goes to the miners, 8% to the Zcash community grants, 7% to the electric coin company, and 5% to the Zcash Foundation. And that's true in a way, like there's multiple true perspectives on it. So this is a display of it with nodes and lines, which is how I think of things as an engineer. And those little blue dots hanging off of the ZCG are all the other Zcash community grants recipients who get their money indirectly through Zcash community grants. But there's a mystery here. Zcash Community Grants was instituted in the first dev fund community decision in so-called ZIP 1014. And it said the Zcash Foundation will like administer and help, but they shouldn't or mustn't in the ZIP interfere with Zcash Community Grants decisions about what to fund and what not to fund. But there's two data points that I noticed. One was in the Zcash Ambassadors Program, there was this guy from Iran whose Twitter handle is Bitcoin Buddy because he made his Twitter handle before he discovered Zcash. And he was a really fervent, like eloquent Zcasher. And he said, I live under this theocratic dictatorship that allows women to be attacked in the streets, and also at the same time under this incompetent kleptocracy that is impoverishing everyone and destroying everyone's jobs and everyone's savings. And I want to tell my community about Zcash as an alternative. He was really motivated, and he applied for the Zcash Ambassadors Program, and he got rejected by the Zcash Community Grants. They said, no can do, no matter how good it looks. And the other data point is there were a few engineers who applied to get funding to implement new code to add to Zcash, but they said, my requirement is I'll hack on Zcash and write code and submit it, but I refuse to give my KYC information, like government name and home address or whatever. And they too are excluded and haven't been able to do that thing and get paid for it. In both of these cases, as far as I understand, Zcash Community Grants didn't have the option of getting those people paid because Zcash Foundation wouldn't let them. And that's a mystery because the Zcash Foundation are packed, the whole organization is packed with high integrity people that would never, hold on, let me get to the next part, would never like violate the community's mandate as they understood it for any reason. So let me give my answer to the mystery, and you can correct my errors shortly.
Let me just first, say that it's not correct that we wouldn't let them. It's that we are incorporated
You're
under the laws.
preempting my talk, Jack.
I know.
Let me
But
get
if you're
to the
gonna-
next slide.
If you're going to lie about it, then I'm going to step up.
No, it's building
excuse
anticipation so I can reveal.
We are based in the United States, and we are therefore subject to the laws of the United States. And it is stated in ZIP 1014 that we are allowed to veto grants if they would place our nonprofit status in jeopardy or if they would compromise the laws of the United States.
Exactly.
So please don't say that we don't let them. We are unable to do so.
Right? So as I was about to say, the Zcash Foundation are super high integrity people that would never violate something for like any like low quality reason, right? They would never benefit themselves or anything at the expense of serving their mission. So here's my answer to the mystery. Well, no, this is the next stage. The next stage is to point out that ZCG can't do these things without Zcash Foundation's approval and help, right? So this is a true view of the current dev fund. And this is also at the same time a true view of the dev fund. Zcash Foundation receives 13% of all the coins issued, and the 8% subset of that Zcash Foundation uses on behalf of Zcash Community Grants and to implement Zcash Community Grants' decisions. Okay, so here's the answer to my mystery that Jack gave away the spoiler. There's a third view of the dev fund, which is also a true view, which is that Zcash Foundation, as a US incorporated entity, is subject to these policies and rules that the various factions of the US government institute. And both of those two exceptions, which as far as I know are the only exceptions to Zcash Community Grants having full independence, are a consequence of Zcash Foundation not being able to do those things due to United States laws. So I found out, along with most of you or all of you, a few hours ago, that Zcash Foundation has just announced incorporating a subsidiary or an arm in the Cayman Islands, which might help with this, which I'm delighted to see. So way to go, y'all. So these are three views which are true in different, sort of in different layers. And one thing was interesting, eye-opening to me when I was working on these slides is, notice that 80% of the ZEC issuance is outside of the control of the United States government. In practical terms, the various, arms and policymakers of the United States governments have no ability to prevent miners from getting their 80% or to impose restrictions or rules on what the miners would do with their 80%. So here's a proposal. It's a metric for resilience. And it's not the be-all, end-all of governance. It's just a metric, but I think it's a really useful way to think about certain trade-offs. The metric is the number of independent and sustainable organizations. Now, from this perspective, that number is 3. Independent and sustainable organizations which support Zcash. I don't count the miners as supporting Zcash. They do in a way, especially the small-time independent miners who are doing that as a way to gain Zcash for themselves. Almost all of the large commercial miners that I've ever talked about or I've ever heard from, not only do they not do anything to actually support and improve Zcash, but they don't even hold Zcash. They sell it at the end of every day in order to hold Bitcoin instead. That's what I've been told. Maybe not all of them, but I've heard that from multiple ones of the big ones. So anyway, for this metric, the number of sustainable independent organizations that are supporting Zcash, this view of the dev fund, that number is 3. This view of the dev fund, that number is 2. And in as much as this is the reality for certain cases, that number is currently 1. Now, as a security engineer, I really like thinking about failure modes. And there's this ineluctable trade-off between independence and accountability. Like, in this view, the Zcash Foundation can serve a really valuable role, which is that it can hold Zcash community grants accountable to whatever the requirements are on Zcash community grants. But at the same time, that means Zcash community grants is not really independent of Zcash Foundation. So below the blockchain layer, you get, for any given circle, you get independence or accountability, pick one. At the blockchain level, you can have accountability by adding and removing recipients of dev fund, which the whole community kind of has to do in unison. And so far, it has happened once with the initial dev fund in 2020. But in principle, you don't have to wait every 4 years. If the community rose up and insisted on changing this, they could. But below the blockchain level, independence and accountability are a trade-off. So about failure modes, all circles on all graphs, in my view, are vulnerable to failure. And I've got 4 categories of failure. The first one is external attack. We've seen this a lot. We've seen this a lot. My mic on? Okay. We've seen external attack many times in the broader crypto space, like hackers and legal attacks and things like that. And like Jack said in his opening, although there's a lot of good things about the United States, it's not, it doesn't seem so reliable anymore that the United States government won't actually attack. There have been more and more both actual attacks on other organizations and sort of like new laws proposed that may or may not pass that could really upend things. So external attack, it's pretty rare among failure modes, but it does happen and it could be really impactful. The next failure mode is what I call internal attack, and that's like, people going rogue or secretly serving their own interests at the expense of what they're supposed to be doing, like funneling the money to their family or whatever. And that one's really rare. We've definitely seen it in the broader Wild West crypto space, but despite all the disagreements and conflicts I've had in the Zcash world. Zcash world? Is my mic on? Okay. I don't think I've ever seen anyone who is actively involved with Zcash that would benefit themselves at the expense of the people they're supposedly serving. So I consider internal attack like corruption or embezzlement or whatever is a really unlikely failure mode to worry about. But of course, we still want to have protection against that failure mode. And the next one is just underperformance. It's a sad fact that 2/3 of everyone who sets out to do anything never quite finishes, just because doing stuff is hard. And so we've got to work around that fact. We've got to be aware that no matter how well-intentioned and how knowledgeable and skilled someone is, there's a really good chance that when you set out to do something, it's not going to work out. You're not going to deliver. And this one's, like I say, common. So far we have like pretty uncommon, but worth defending against, very uncommon in the world of Zcash in my experience, but definitely worth defending against. And then we have pretty dang common, like probably the majority of times that people try to do stuff, doesn't work out. And then the last failure mode that I want to talk about is being a special interest. And I'm going to claim that this is 100%. Everyone is a special interest. Every group of people is a special interest. Every organization is a special interest. Everyone has how they grew up, who they know, what their values are, what language they speak. Nobody should ever claim to know the hearts of all men and be able to make decisions on behalf of all people. That's claiming to be God. And so when thinking about the inherent trade-offs in any possible funding and governance structure, you have to think to yourself, no matter how well-intentioned, no matter how well-informed, no matter how high integrity, every circle on this graph is going to lead things in the direction that they think is right, and they're going to have blind spots that, not just blind spots, nobody can see more than 10% of the world, but everybody thinks that whatever they see is the whole world, basically. So everyone is always a special interest. And so this is a failure mode that I think it's especially useful because it's ubiquitous. Like, we have to design a system that can work well, that can be resilient and sustainable and make good results, even when everyone involved has limited information and their own value system and their own friends and culture and language and everything. Okay. Am I supposed to have time for questions? Can I have questions? I've got 11 minutes on my clock. Oh, wait, I'm not quite done. All right, you guys quick, hurry and submit some more questions, or else you all get an extra coffee break. Okay. Okay, I think whatever your favorite dev fund or governance system is, you should make it resilient against all 4 of these failure modes. I think it's possible. I think there's an inherent trade-off between accountability and independence. You can't have 100% of both, so you have to be thoughtful about the trade-off. And finally, I just have one solid recommendation. Don't put all your eggs into one basket. The wisdom of Thomas Sowell and the wisdom of Anonymous is what I have to offer. Thanks for listening.
Okay, questions coming in from Hoover. First one, having more community privacy projects will drive user adoption. How can we fund more privacy projects to make the ecosystem more sustainable?
Well, it's kind of outside the scope of my talk. I would say Zcash Community Grants Committee has been doing a really good job of that in the last year. With Zcash Foundation support, I've noticed. I also really like the model that Ian Sagstutter was advocating in the other room a few minutes ago about ZecHub funding a large number of like tiny one-person operations. Cool.
Cool. What happens if a new dev fund recipient stops doing funded work early? How long would it take to reassign their slice?
That's a great question because it's directly targeted at one of the most common failure modes. And the question is, how long would it take to reallocate their slice? That's a really good question. At most 4 years, based on history so far. I believe, I think it depends on sort of how egregious the situation is and how widespread the awareness is in the community. I think if the whole community got together and said like, something over here is happening is really egregious and we all want to change the consensus rules to remove or reallocate or add a layer of accountability or something. I think it would probably take, let's say, 2 months for the community to verify with each other that there's nobody else who's going to object so vociferously that it's going to trigger a chain fork. Okay, so a degree of like consensus building. And then I think it would take 3 months to update the software. It's a nice simple update and get everyone like a chance to upgrade before it kicks in. So I'm going to say less than half a year.
And the end of support is the limiting factor for that.
That is a really important limiting factor. Yeah.
Okay. Would it be better to decide on our objectives first, then choose a model that fulfills our objectives?
That's a great question. You know, I kind of disagree. In general, yes, always, but also to a large extent, the dev fund design that you come up with is not going to have a lot of direct impact on like policy. Like, should Zcash focus more on developers or more on end users? Should it focus more on the first world or the developing world? These are all valid sort of strategies, and I think the sort of dev fund structure setup is not a very effective way to get your favorite strategy supported. What's mostly going to come out of it is who the leadership is, what the structure is of independence versus accountability, and finally, I think what's going to come out of it is signaling to the rest of the world whether to be bullish on Zcash or bearish on Zcash because of the way it was conducted.
Okay. Where do you think we should aim to be in 5 years, and how should we get there?
Where do I think we should aim to be in 5 years? I think the main thing that I've been thinking about when I was doing this was resilience and sustainability. You know, there's this another strategy trade-off between like the other ones I mentioned before is the survive versus thrive strategy. Like, do you risk everything and go for the hockey stick takeoff like a Silicon Valley funded startup would do because it has nothing to lose? Or do you try to make yourself more robust against potential attacks so that no matter what happens, everyone can count on you still being there 5 years later? I probably vacillate on this throughout my life, but at the moment I'm more in survive mode. I think Zcash is already awesome. It already provides something that nothing else provides. It has awareness and branding and support in all these different parts of the world and parts of the industry. And if we just prove to people that they're still going to be able to count on it doing the same thing and improving gradually for the next 5 years, I think that will be a big win. So that's my current answer, but ask me again tomorrow.
Isn't having non-US entities full of USA citizens still a US-based entity? How can we really make Zcash global and diverse?
That's a good question. There's a legal definition, which I don't know. It probably depends on a bunch of legal details. And then there's like a cultural definition, which is a big advantage of having a non-US entity, aside from resilience to this kind of legal pressure, is having broader perspectives and more diverse perspectives. So I noticed that Jason McGee, setting up Shielded Labs, stated that Shielded Labs is a Swiss legal entity, but Jason McGee is a US citizen. I think he stated that he's going to recruit only non-US people to be the rest of the board of directors of Shielded Labs. And I'm reminded that the Ethereum Foundation has all of its directors are non-US people. I don't know if that answered the question.
Well, I think that it's also worth bearing in mind that the majority of people who work at ECC and the foundation altogether, the majority of those people are based outside the United States, including myself. So the actual individuals that are involved are already very decentralized. It's just the organizations that are not.
Yeah, and that's a strategic advantage for Zcash.
Knowing what you know now, how would you have set up the dev fund 4 years ago?
Well, thank goodness I didn't set up the dev fund 4 years ago. That was the most important outcome of the first dev fund debate, and to me personally, and in my mind, was that the community waded through it and came to a consensus with minimal input from me personally, or from ECC for that matter. But the question was, how would I set up the dev fund 4 years ago? I don't know. I actually think constant improvement is better than perfection. The initial Founders Reward was invented by Andrew Miller. Before the Founders Reward, so the Founders Reward was the first distribution of Zcash for the first 4 years, from 2016 to 2020. Before that, there were ICOs and pre-mining were the two main funding mechanisms. And Andrew Miller suggested, when we were Zcash was a gleam in our eyes, why not take this 10% or 20% or whatever that you're considering allocating as an ICO and stretch it out over 4 years. And I thought that was brilliant, and I still do. So that was the Founders Reward. And then the dev fund was modeled on the Founders Reward, conceived of by the community, and it explicitly excluded any further rewards to original founders. All the money should be used for funding development. So that's the dev fund. So basically, I think Zcash's governance and funding has always been kind of on the leading edge of its time, and it's already really good, and that we should incrementally improve it again. So my answer is the dev fund from 2020 was a perfectly great design for 2020.
Okay, let's leave it there. We're gonna roll straight into our town hall panel session, so if we can get the panelists to head on up here and take some seats. Thank you very much, Zico. I'm here. Made it. So which one is number one? I'm over here, so we need to mirror. You get an iPad from me. Right. Let's go straight into it. This session is going to be chaired by Andrew, who's the chair of the Zcash Foundation, and as Zico mentioned, has been involved in Zcash since the very, very early days. Shall we start off with just very quick introductions, just so that people know who we are? I'm Jack Gavigan, Executive Director of the Zcash Foundation.
Andrew Miller, board member of Zcash Foundation.
Ian Saxtetter, Community and Marketing Espresso Systems and Zcash community member.
Jason McGee. I'm on ZCG and also recently started a Swiss-based organization called Shield Labs.
Jonathan Rouache. I'm CEO and co-founder of Kedit and also work at zkproof.org standardization.
Josh Whitehart. Today, I'm the Senior Vice President of Growth for the Electric Coin Company. In 2 days, I won't be. I'll be a community member.
I'm Zuko, and I'm wearing my ECC hat, I guess.
All right, we'll get started with questions. So we're going to start by going right into the Dev Fund. That's, I think, the big topic for us to discuss. This is scheduled to end late next year, so this is now decision-making time on what, if any, to do for a Dev Fund in the future. So by way of a short intro question to us, I'd like to hear whether you think the Zcash community should renew the Dev Fund or replace it with something different. If so, what would you change and why? Well, you go first, Jack.
Obviously, in representing the Zcash Foundation, I have a clear and obvious conflict in that the Zcash Foundation's sole source of funding at the moment is the Dev Fund. With that said, I'd like to think that the results that we've achieved using that funding speak for themselves, and I would hope that the Zcash community agrees and would decide to extend our funding by something like, if not similar to, the Dev Fund. So the short answer is yes.
I'll give my short opinion on it too. I'm in favor of continuing the Dev Fund. I think it's been a constructive and unique and overall successful thing in the Zcash community. I actually think I like the structure of it as well. So actually the only change that I would prefer to make is to slightly expand the ZCG's slice, just for the reason to honor, I think, them exceeding the expectations of what ZCGs should do. Yeah.
I think we should extend the debt fund with some changes. I think one of those changes could be adding some more jurisdictional resilience. I think also we don't necessarily need to allocate dev fund slices to these new programs, but I think we should implement programs that onboard more community contributors and make it easy, make the barrier to entry to like contributing to Zcash lower, and allow people to access the block reward directly and earn it. And then lastly, I think we should renew it because I think it's an interesting funding model that should be experimented with. And if you don't like it, you can opt out by selling your Zcash for something like Monero. So let's see how all these funding models play out and which one wins.
There's always Z Classic.
Yeah, Z
Classic is Zcash without the dev fund.
Or Ycash.
Ycash,
yeah.
And yeah, Ycash is Zcash with the dev fund stretched out over all time. So it does have a dev fund, but it's
So it has the founder's reward. Yeah.
It has
Oh yeah, right.
Jason?
I support continuing the dev fund. I'd like to see some changes made. I'd like to see it further decentralized to include one or two more entities. I would support ZCG continuing to receive the largest slice of the dev fund. I echo what Andrew says about the importance of it it proved itself over the past couple of years, and it should continue to bring new entities in to help further decentralize Zcash, so we can get another Kedit and other similar organizations. I would like to see some changes in governance, relatively modest changes. Primarily, I think community governance is very concentrated with the Zcash Foundation, so I'd like to see that reduced a bit, and maybe sort of have the community play a bigger role in that process.
I guess at this stage it's 4 and there's 3 remaining, and I'm also in favor as a recipient of a grant that has helped us come and contribute to this space. So yielding.
So a couple disclaimers. One disclaimer, I'm going to speak on behalf of myself and not for ECC, if that's okay. Good. Okay. Second disclaimer, I got off an airplane about an hour ago after about 40 hours of delays and rerouting. So hopefully I can speak coherently, but there's no guarantees. So I actually proposed something different in the forum. I do believe in the dev fund. As Zuko says, I think it's a superpower of the Zcash community to be able to fund ongoing development of the protocol, of the work that we're doing. We've seen the impact in other places, both with kind of development petering out, as well as the kind of capture of subchains where the economics are a little bit different. One of the things that's been amazing with this dev fund over the last 4 years is just this community. This community is like radically changing. So the first kind of Zcons that I went to, amazing also, but a lot of science, a lot of cryptography, a lot of that kind of thing. And the dev fund, I think, opened us up to a much broader group of people willing to contribute and be out there and advocating for the technology and doing things that kind of align with their own skill sets. And so it's been more inclusive, which has been super awesome. The challenge that I have with the dev fund is that it's directly goes to the wallets of 2 organizations or 3 organizations, 2 organizations, and 1 disperses out to grants. So we'd like to see a governance change that allows for a third, an independent entity to be able to allocate funds based upon the outcomes that those organizations receive, and not just assume that those organizations are going to receive the money for the whatever period of time.
Like I just said in my talk, I think the dev fund is Zcash's superpower because of sustainability and resilience. Aside from what I just said about resilience being measured by independence and everything being trade-offs, I don't have a lot to add, except I remembered something. I was going to put it in my talk, but I forgot to say it. There's this concept called the direct grant option that's built into the current dev fund. And the idea was, if Zcash Community Grants decides they could allocate a slice of the dev fund to one of their grant recipients instead of paying the grant recipient through them. It hasn't been exercised yet, but I really like it because it shows how, like that question after my talk, like how much work or how much, what would that take or how long would it take? It would be much simpler than the changing the consensus rules to cut a dev fund recipient out. If the Zcash Community Grants Committee decided to exercise the direct grant option, I think it would be really straightforward for all of the users to upgrade to the software that added that grant recipient as a new direct recipient. And I think that's really interesting because they would, that grant recipient's funding would then bypass not only ZCG and ZF, but it would also bypass the entire US government with that simple option. But so I guess the point is dev funds are more upgradable and mutable than people have chosen to take advantage of so far.
Yeah, the direct grant option, has been discussed a few times, but there's never been a formal application or suggestion that it be used. Yeah, I think the only limiting factor there would be the end of support life cycle of the various node software implementations. And it's also worth probably, that direct grant option was also very much in line with what the original purpose of what was then called major grants, is now called Zcash community grants, was, which was to bootstrap and get some momentum behind the next Zcash Foundation, the next ECC, so that there could be multiple organizations, all capable of operating independently and autonomously, receiving direct funding from the Dev Fund and not reliant on a single committee or a single group of people for their funding.
I'd suggest maybe don't think about the next dev fund as something that you're going to design and set up. You, the community, are going to design and set up, and it's going to be more perfect than the previous one, and then it's going to be like set in stone for 4 years. Maybe think of it as something more mutable.
There's no reason why the dev funds can't be changed on an ongoing basis.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a comment with regard to the direct grant option. So one of the reasons why we haven't pulled the trigger on that is because, like Kedit, for example, is the ideal candidate for a recipient of a direct funding. But the problem is at a low value of ZEC, like you have to give away such a slice of ZCG's allocation of the dev fund that it would just completely, impact our treasury. And that's before the next halving occurs. So it's.
Or alternatively, you're asking organizations such as Kedit to be long ZEC for a long period of time, and that affects how we can, plan for hiring and just function as an engineering group. And this is, I guess lessons learned from the past. When you can and have the ability to plan and attract really good talent, you do it. I think that there's a case for the support part of the features we're building, where this is over a long period of time and can be somewhat adjusted to what the rate ends up being. Where that could be, an interesting option.
Are you saying, Daniel, that sorry, Josh, that I'm sorry, Jonathan, that you would prefer the consequence of a direct option as opposed to the periodic disbursement from ZCG makes a difference in that regard?
I'm saying I'm reacting to those conversations were extremely pragmatical. They took in consideration the exact rate at which we were talking about, and
the rate, like the price at
the current price of ZEC on the market when those conversations happened, and very pragmatically, you don't want to end up dedicating according to that current rate too much of that fund. But I'm very hopeful that all these efforts are going to bear fruit, and people, as they use more, this actually contributes to grow the ecosystem, and we can find areas of sustainability in a year or two where those options of being long ZEC for a long period of time to fund ongoing support for the features we've built, this makes sense.
So you're saying that you would accept a lower USD equivalent if it meant you had some skin in the game, receiving ZEC directly?
This is so we've been followers of what's going on in Zcash for a really long time, and I think there's a bit of a discrepancy between what was achieved with this project to where it currently sits, economically, and I'm bullish on what we can achieve once we add more functionality. I can't bet that position with salaries and the core functioning of engineering, but there's certainly a portion where you can dedicate that's tied to what's going on in Zec. Yeah.
I have as a next planned question to go a little bit into high concept a bit, and then we'll come back to kind of concrete and specifics, and back to decentralization a little bit. For now, the plan for the next question is about the social contract within Zcash. So the context for this is to recall back many Zcons ago, at the end of the founder's reward period, had to decide to make a dev fund in the first place after that. And the main countervailing narrative at the time was that the expectation was that after the founder's reward period ended, that thereafter all new issuance of Zcash in every block would only go to miners, and there wouldn't be anything else issuing except going to miners. And the question and counter narrative that arose then is that this is violating a social contract about the network as a whole, or a social contract from everyone else towards the miners. That was that discussion at the time. Broadly, the question is about what are the social contracts that are within Zcash, and this can be an answer that's not necessarily binary. You can have things that perhaps should be hardest to change or least likely to change, like bedrock principles of our social contract. Other aspects that are more likely to be parameters to tune, maybe can be changed more easily or through a lighter weight governance process. So the question here is, well, first of all, do you think that the economic nature of Zcash issuance is part of the social contract? And what other, if any, aspects are part of Zcash's social contract, versus which one, especially in terms of which ones should be encouraged to change versus which ones should be hard or impossible to change at all? Yeah, you go first, Jack.
It's a tricky one because on the one hand, anybody can just fork Zcash and do whatever they want to do with it, set whatever consensus rules they want. On the other hand, if there is an expectation and people get involved in Zcash in the expectation that there's going to be a certain set of outcomes in the long term, then just changing the rules, even if it's done in a way that that respects the will of the entirety of the Zcash community, there are always going to be some people, some individuals, implicitly a minority, who oppose such changes. So I think it has to be done. It has to be done carefully. At the same time, I think one of the things that Bitcoin has struggled with is a certain failure to progress, and I think that had Bitcoin been prepared to be more innovative and to change some of its fundamental protocol consensus rules, then it could well be that projects like Ethereum may not, or indeed Zcash may not have been able to gain traction. For me, I think that the supply limit cap of 21 million coins is something that is immutable, or should be immutable. I personally would be very disappointed if that cap were ever lifted. I think that that's something that's really important to be very careful with. Whether a certain expected proportion of funds should go to miners, or how the funds how newly issued coins get distributed, I think is a question for what's best for Zcash and how we can best deliver on Zcash's mission. And fundamentally, the mining reward is paying miners to secure the Zcash blockchain. There's clearly broad support for moving away from pure proof of work because of the the environmental impact that it has. So, that's clearly up for debate, up for change. And if that is up for change, then we need to make sure that whatever replaces it is economical in the sense that we're not overpaying for the security that we get, whether it's through proof of stake or a different type of consensus forming mechanism. So for me, it's really the supply cap that I think I think that would be a significant and groundbreaking change.
For me personally, I'll do mine quickly, but you know, I just want to say that my favorite thing about the Zcash community is that all of the drama, controversies, discussions, we're never having internal debates about whether to weaken the privacy guarantees. I think being strong privacy activist hardliners is the #1, you know, bedrock principle of Zcash, and I'm delighted that that's you know, continues unchanged. I do think that the 21 million issuance limit is the only other, you know, bedrock principle. And besides that, I think our mission to, you know, remain and improve decentralization is the strongest principle. And I think beyond that, everything else is subject to change. And also that miners are working to serve the protocol and not the other way around. Ian?
So I think when you kind of like opt into Zcash, there's this narrative right now that you're buying it and then potentially not relying, but there's this like subliminal reliance on ECC and ZF to like forward the protocol and build things and make things happen, ZCG included, sorry. I think that social contract is really interesting because I feel like that might be one of the reasons that people in the community necessarily sometimes don't feel like they have a voice. It's because they don't feel like even if they raise issues or are able to ask like really hard questions that they're going to be effectively listened to. So I'm curious in the way that we can like engage with the community and create different signaling mechanisms. And I'm not saying the ones that we have right now are bad. Like I think Zcap's very good. I participate in Zcap. I take it seriously. I imagine others do as well. But can we create more models like that to kind of signal more social consensus around the things we're doing? I think by the decentralization aspect that you guys talked about, like the 21 million supply cap, we have to figure out a way to like essentially pay for that. Like how do we drive a fee market within Zcash that is able to like sustain a network long term and not have to remove that cap and introduce something like tail emissions? So I think by this decentralization thing that we're talking about right now, we'll be able to like create new social contracts that can ensure that we're like building more products, advancing the protocol in a way, adding more functionality that can sustain the things that you guys just mentioned. So I guess, yeah, not different, but more community signaling mechanisms, easier path to contribution, and having a more decentralized community so people can find their own pockets within that.
I think the things we don't compromise on are commitment to decentralization, the 21 million supply cap that's immutable, as Jack said, and you know, the commitment to the best privacy preserving technology. I thought somebody might be alluding to possibly increasing the dev fund to exceed the 20%. I don't know if Jack was alluding to that, but you know, it's not something that I think it should stay at 20%, but I think people should sort of explore the possibility of doing that if they think that there's, you know, if they support that. Josh, you mentioned, you know, somebody should do a study to figure out exactly how much it costs to secure the network. Like, and I think for those who support that, that seems like a logical next step.
So I'm gonna actually double click on those security pieces and the technology itself. I think people are assuming that the engineers are doing their best to bring the best privacy, as you said, and make sure not to rush things out and have strong assurances that all those issuance of tokens that happen, you know, privately, and all the sophisticated systems that are in place to give you this privacy continue to work and don't break. This is, you know, underlying everything. If there was a breach of trust between the community and you know, the outcome of the engineering work, then we wouldn't even be talking about any of this. It's just a tremendous success that this very complex system is actually running and upgrading and moving from one set of you know, primitives to another. And so I think people trust these groups to do a really good work there. And I see the support of Zcash in the other hat in zkproof.org standardization, there's actually work to show how it's done in Zcash to benefit other users of zero knowledge in general. This is something that I think is expected and continuously delivered.
I'm having a hard time with it just because there's I'm trying to think of all these different examples. When you talk about privacy, right? And we know privacy is not perfect anywhere. We know Zcash is not perfect with privacy. We have network level security or network level privacy issues today. Maybe that gets fixed, but it's a continuum. We're never gonna get to the perfect privacy. So to say that advocating for privacy is a norm and it's a thing that we're pushing for and is part of this thing in terms of this goal for economic freedom for everybody because we know it's a necessary thing. Is how does that relate to social consensus? I don't know, the 21 million. I believe that too. I believe it's sacrosanct. You should change it. But who gets to say? We've said decentralization, and maybe decentralization is the common thing as it relates to social consensus, that we're pushing for greater decentralization. But ultimately, it's up to, if that's true, it's ultimately up to the community to determine what are the norms. So, and maybe there's a distinction between social consensus, which I think is kind of a, I don't know, maybe there's norms, and those are the norms that we all move towards. And some people have stronger feelings and some people have less stronger feelings, but we've got a common thing that we're going towards. But for me, this hard question, it's a hard question. It's not binary of what these things are or are not. Maybe other than, the decentralization.
If it helps the framing, maybe you could interpret the question as what's your view of, not just your personal view of what you want for Zcash, but what's your perception of what the community as a whole considers the most strongly held principles? Maybe that doesn't help.
Yeah, and I kept saying social consensus, social contract. It's, we talk about privacy, and I think a lot of us, or most of us, or all of us, are big advocates for that. But again, some people will take that to the extreme and want to cover everything up, and they want to completely hide. And some of it's personal, and some of it's because they have to, because they've got a threat model that requires it, and that's why they believe in this thing. And they don't believe that it's doing all the stuff they needed to do today, but they're guarding against, or they're hedging against a more dystopian future, and so they want to participate. So that is an anchoring point. The 21 million in terms of this libertarian ideal of how money should work. Does everybody in the room believe that the 21 million is sacrosanct? I don't know. Is that
a request for a call for hands? Raise your hand if you think that the 21 million limit in Zcash is important.
Yeah, so a lot of hands, but not every hand.
See 50-50.
Right?
I felt like half.
Raise your hand if you think it's not important.
Thank you.
1, 2.
Huh. I think that person raised their hand twice.
So, but the point is
Sybil attack.
They don't believe in supply caps.
And we have a subset of the broader community. So it would be great. I don't know if we have it documented anywhere. It'd be great if we had just even a manifesto of the norms within the community, of the things that we as a community ascribe to and generally believe, without it being necessarily a complete social contract per se. But anyway, that's why I'm struggling with that one.
Zuko.
When other people say privacy, I generally translate in my mind to users' consent, because a lot of users like to share with specific things with specific people, and I guess that's not privacy because it's sharing, which is the opposite of privacy, but to me it's the same thing. The users getting control over their own sharing or not sharing is important, and that's a real bedrock principle for me. I personally would strongly object to making any of that sharing or not sharing subject to any third party's decision. If it's not the actual individual users involved, then I'm not for it, who get to control that. I think the 21 million cap is really important in the sense of, Andrew asked about the social contract, and I guess the way I translate that in my mind is how likely do I think that the price of Zec would fall if that were changed? That's how I translate the social contract. So I think if the limit on the total number of Zcash ever was raised from 21 million to 21.5 million, I think the price of Zcash would fall a lot. So therefore, I'm against it. But I think Bitcoin is probably demonstrating that the 21 million cap is unsustainable without some other method of recycling or inputting more value into the coin. Well, I guess we'll find out in another 10 years, but as far as it seems to me, maybe other people know better than I, but I don't think Bitcoin is sustainable because of that. And even though it has transaction fees, I still don't think it's sustainable. And the only two sources of funding that could sustain the network while respecting the 21 million Zcash cap are transaction fees and storage fees.
Can I ask a question about the consent piece?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's in the social contract, and I'm giving like a hypothetical. In the user interface, the user sees that they have a request from law enforcement to share information. It's fully in their hands if they decide to share or not share. But as a protocol, we allowed a situation to happen where it's now known that the user was informed if they're going to be breaking the law or not, but still they keep the, the control of I'm allowed to share or not to share. They can't force me to reveal myself. Is that still within the social contract of current Zcash privacy?
In my opinion,
in your opinion?
That's a really good question. I'm really glad you brought that up, and you alluded to it in your talk this morning about the ecosystem. To the same kind of question about like law enforcement access. But I think my opinion, I have a technical thought and then I have an opinion. My opinion is that consent is super important to me. It's kind of like one of the most important concepts in my personal morality, but it's often complicated, right? It's often complicated. And in your example you're giving is complicated to me. Like I can't tell, like I can imagine situations in which that violates my sense of morality and I'm very strongly against it. But the way you described it, it would not, because the user would be informed and would be electing freely to share their information with their country's law enforcement for their reasons. And so that is perfectly fine with my morality. But my
the delta is that as protocol builders, we allowed the information that law enforcement is seeking this consent, and we are participant in the fact that now that person, before they didn't know anything, and now this person is presented with, do you want to break the law or not? And that's a fully, it's a deviation from what's going on today in Zcash. Is this still in the realm of, in your opinion?
Yeah, so in my opinion, I might or might not hate that depending on some more context about the people. The thing about consent is that you are able to consent to the degree to which you have a good alternative, right? If someone is in distress or, their next best alternative is terrible, then I don't really if their alternative was even worse, right? So it really depends. But my technical thought is, I think the thing you're describing is mostly, you may know better than I, but I think it's mostly has nothing to do with the blockchain or the protocol. I think whether the user is informed and what their alternatives are and how consensual it is probably mostly determined by the apps and the user interfaces and their social setting and who's like pressuring them or supporting them in other ways.
Not to rabbit hole too much on this topic, but so when I got an airplane to come to Barcelona and I was dead tired, right? I mean, it took me 30 some hours to get to Chicago from Denver. They had all the people lined up. I'm right at the front of the line, and they say, we don't need your boarding pass. We just need your facial scan.
Oh.
And so when I do the facial scan, Yes, I have the option to opt out. I think people behind me, they're so flippin' tired. I just wanted the easy choice to opt out. And are we making it easy for people to opt out? And the harder choice is to consent to reveal. Because we have all of these kind of circumstances that, so what did I do? I got my face scanned. Didn't smile in the camera, but I got my face scanned because I was tired.
Anyone else want to react on this? This is a really thought-provoking question on the nature of consent.
Well, actually, there's kind of a converse thing, which I realized nobody mentioned and which I forgot about, which is ensuring that Zcash remains permissionless. I don't think you should ever need to get permission from somebody to be able to own, send, receive Zcash, or to run a Zcash node. I think that's really, really important. Making sure that Zcash is permissionless is what ensures that it's censorship resistant. I think that feeds through into the underlying values of Zcash.
I would just add one more thing. Like, I think this idea of like different user interfaces that tell the user what action they're about to take, or that type of thought. Like in the Bitcoin privacy space, you have like two main wallets that do coin joins, like a Bitcoin privacy technique. And one's integrated with like a chain analytics company, and the other is like completely on the other side of the aisle, like kind of like total anarchy. And you kind of see with these two different models and these two different applications, which ones users prefer and where the users kind of direct to, right? So like if you want to build these things that tell the user like X, you're going to break the law. Well, there's another app that doesn't do that. Which ones do the users prefer? So like, as long as the protocol remains permissionless, just let application developers do whatever they want. And the users will pick the apps they like the best. And that's a good way to kind of figure out what people think socially.
It might be an additional thing that is kind of a social contract, is that everybody assumes that in this community, people are using these facilities to not to perform crime, and there's a majority of use that is in that direction, and that the choices are taken having that as the back thought, and you could have other communities and other places where it's explicit that we explicitly don't care what you do, and even if you're bringing crime to the story, that's explicitly fine. So I don't know if that's controversial or not, but it seems to be the case that the community has a kind of center of assuming that the other people around are not here to use this, in a like a strongly what most people would say is strongly criminal.
That's a really fascinating point. I've been thinking a little bit about this since Ian's talk a little bit earlier. We've had these comments and narrative in the Zcash community about, a blockchain is open. You don't check someone's intent, what they're planning to do with it, whether it's crime or not. When they, post a message on a bulletin board, the protocol can't look into the minds of people who are using it. But at like a community and social level, that's almost saying, we can have a social contract that is applicable to users of a network that, says you'll promote, pro-social healthy uses that benefit, everyone, network as a whole, at least are, not themselves immoral. That could be something that is expressed as a social contract that applies to users, even if it cannot be enforced technically at a protocol level.
The string would be as a cryptocurrency, that like the same as OpenAI, as you could have end up being too politically correct with your interfaces, but yeah, you could have some indication that it is the wish of the community itself that these tools are used for good.
Can I ask a related question related to social contract? So is it a break of a social contract, again, whatever that means, that we support, there's broad support for transparent addresses, and where most, I'm gonna take that back, where there are a lot of users who don't know that they're not getting privacy by downloading transfer Zec into their wallet. So if we go out, if our related to consent, but if we go out and we communicate, we educate that Zcash is this, and Zcash is all about privacy, and privacy is normal and all that kind of stuff, and I go download Atomic Wallet, and I go to Coinbase, and I KYC into Coinbase, and I buy my Zec, and I download my Atomic Wallet, am I getting privacy? Some,
What
but
if,
am I
what if you
actually
withdraw it to your
consenting?
wallet and you withdraw it to a transparent address and you don't know it's a transparent address versus a shielded address?
And I've had this, this happens all the time. You talk to users, this happens all the time. So I had one who was a Silicon Valley investor. Another person in the community wanted me to talk to this guy because he's a big Zcasher and he had bought all this Zcash and he's a huge fan. And he's talking to me on how much he loves the privacy and how important that is. And I asked him what wallet he was using. And it was Atomic Wallet. And he said, and I was like, do you know that this stuff is not shielded? Because he's talking about how cool shielded stuff. He had no idea. He's a Zec user. He got a wallet that he thought was cool where the interface worked. But because of all of the communication that we have out to the community, he believed that he was getting completely shielded Zec. So is that a break in a social contract?
That is a break, yeah. I would say so. Sorry. All right, we'll move on to another question. I'll call on you in reverse order so you know not to take a break from thinking fast. This is back to the dev fund. This is with a retroactive kind of retrospective look. So the question is, what do you think are the lessons that we've learned in practice from observing what's actually played out with the dev fund over the past 2.5 years it's been around? And you can connect that to the implications for what we should do for following dev funds, but it's the retrospective viewpoint. Zuko.
Retrospective. So the price of Zcash has gone down. And that's really painful when you're on the receiving end of the dev fund. The dev fund is connected to the price of Zec, right? It's denominated in the price of Zec. You could imagine some kind of alternative with a stable coin or something where your blockchain is paying someone in a fixed number of dollars or something. And so it's really painful when you're getting paid in Zec and that's your only source of funding and the price of Zec goes down. But from the perspective of the community and the dev fund structure, I think that's really good. I think everyone who's getting paid dev fund should live in fear of the price going down, and they should suffer just like the Zec holders suffer when the price goes down. So that's my main retrospective at the moment. My other thought is that ZCG has been doing a really great job the last year or so.
Josh? Yeah. So I love all the grants, and as I mentioned before, I think it's done a kind of remarkable job of bringing in new participants. I think the incentives are all jacked. And so it's my non-ECC hat. And in mea culpa, I don't think ECC's delivered. I don't think we delivered on what we said we were going to deliver on. Kills me. It's reflected in the price of the coin. It's reflected in engineering delays. It's reflected in that we don't have some software out there that we said we were going to deliver. But we have this year or 4 years of funding that we get to go kind of play with. There's a mix of things like that ECC does, right? ECC has a really important support function within the community in supporting Zcash D, the stuff that we do with the core cryptography. All of that stuff needs to kind of continue. And then we have speculative things that we play with. And some of the mea culpa, we spread ourselves too thin. Coin price went up, we thought we had money, we could go try these different things. We had a lot of not only pressure, but interest to be able to promote Zcash around the world and do all the stuff that we wanted to be able to do. And the reality is that the volatility within the market, that those rugs get pulled. And then what happens, you have all of this kind of sunk cost where you've built up a campaign or you've built up relationships in a certain place and the money goes away and you can no longer do it and you lose all of that. You lose the money, you lose the momentum. In ECC's case, what is the means of accountability? We say we can fork the coin. Well, that's really hard. It's really hard to not yes, you can go fork the code, but to fork the community, to fork all the kind of interactions with all of the exchanges and the wallets, really hard, maybe impossible. And to get anything done as it relates to, and I've like been recently a vocal against the trademark agreement. There's this, there's this thing in place where the two of the three primary recipients, and actually where all the money goes through, are owners of, or the foundation's the owner of it, of the trademark, and the ECC has certain rights. So that structure seems like to Zcon, like I walked in at the end of your thing, so I didn't get to hear your whole thing. But this idea that that we can simply kind of add like new people into that ecosystem or make those changes, I think that's it sounds nice. And so that's why I think kind of moving forward, yes, it was like right for the last 4 years. It made sense having kind of lived through that whole kind of thing with the community. There's this fundamental question of should there be a dev fund? And that, I think, big question was answered. But moving forward, I think we need a different structure that drives for accountability and drives for change and allows for more participation with more people without guaranteeing. And I know there's some challenges of not having guaranteed money for.
No, I connect to what you're saying.
But without guaranteeing too far, like no matter what, you're going to get this money. No matter what you do, if you don't deliver, if you deliver, great. And let's change the structure to drive better outcomes, because I think we're at that place now where we need to make that evolution in our governance and our funding.
We happen to be in a grant that most, or at least half, is milestone based. The first grant was more than half is milestone based, and the second one is about half. And this is really maybe a call for other groups that are considering should they, knock on the door of the Zcash community and see if they can contribute. This community has done with outside contributors what they haven't done with themselves. They put aside guaranteed dollar, money to make sure that the outside companies can continuously work, and if they get to the milestone, they get the amounts that were discussed, and it's denominated actually in dollars. So you have that mix of it's not all upfront, and you don't just get money trickling in. You need to deliver what you sign on, but you do have this going for you, that those are guaranteed rates, because at the moment where the grant is approved, there's guarantees that you will have the money if you deliver. So this is very important for groups considering joining. This is it might, I don't know if it will continue to be the case in the future, but it's something that the community has done with outsiders that it hasn't done with themselves.
And your grants, sorry, but your grant is like really big, right? We have
very large.
And so your big grant allows you some additional runway, allows you to do the planning, allows you to.
The way that it's built is we know that we can go to developers and tell them, listen, we have the horizon. You can come here and there's competition in this space, right? So it allows that, but then a big part of it is upon delivery of the actual milestones. If they take longer, then that money takes longer. But the important piece here is that that you're basically at the moment of grant, you're promised a dollar denominated if you deliver.
Yeah, Jason?
I have a potentially spicy take.
Great, it's about time.
I think that the biggest lesson learned is that managing a treasury that is denominated in a volatile asset is close to impossible. And I think none of the orgs did a good job, hedging their portfolios. And for that reason, I think each of the orgs would benefit from having some sort of treasury or finance function in the future to, better hedge their positions.
in that sense, the fact that there was a grant number one that was high, but with a high rate is kind of lucky for the ZSA. We secured that at the point where the ZEC was much higher. It's
Yeah.
kind of random, but
Well, you're holding the ZEC, so yeah, you have. The other thing I want to say is, yeah, the Ethereum Foundation sold the top in 2017 and 2021, and I wish we would have done the same. And ZCG as well. I mean, we hedged a small amount when ZEC was at 100. We should have done much more, and we'd be in a much better position than we are now.
I think a big lesson we can look at, and again, context is important. I've not been here in the community as long as other people. But from what I've seen in the last couple of years, is I think we sometimes discount how even small contributions can move the needle in a very, very powerful way. For example, there's a weekly newsletter that goes out all related to Zcash and kind of aligned ecosystems. It costs 0.5 ZEC, so 2 ZEC a month to have 4 newsletters go out, and it's consistent. It is not stopped, and it's just past a milestone of 50 editions. It's run by a community member who I have no idea what their name is. I don't know where they live, but it's just some random person that makes a newsletter. Why was that the first potential implementation of a community member taking on that function away from ECC, ZF, and ZCG, an individual person? So we can look at these little things that are starting to pop up in the Discords and all the community ambassador programs that have some really positive inertia and be let's invest more in that and let's scale that, versus trying to trust more professional looking organizations at times. I don't think we need to do that for everything. I'm not saying make the entire system complete anarchy. But what is one kind of what is taking up my day, and what could I offload right now as an employee at ECCZF or a major grant recipient? What could a community take on? Could a community member take this on, and how can we fund them and make sure that they're incentivized to continue contributing? I think that's a big lesson, because we're starting to see little models of that appear, and they're really effective and they're really cool, and people are being able to access the block reward directly. So I think that's a big lesson.
Are you suggesting one of two things? One could be that you were saying to watch what happens in the community, what the community shows it can be good at, and then amplify that through funding? Or are you saying to actively try to carve out tasks that one of the existing orgs does and try to get a community member to do it?
Yeah, I think there's both models, right? I don't think everything should be paid for up front. I think there needs to be some form of volunteer work in the community. You need to prove that what you're working on is valuable and have enough momentum behind it to justify allocating some portion of the block reward. So that side is really interesting. What are we seeing in the community? What's super effective? What's gaining energy? And can we potentially interest those parties in receiving a grant? The other side of it is internally at ECC and ZF, what are the things that you guys could offload right now that you hate doing? And it's could we create a bounty program to take on these tasks? And I think there's a third point here, that if you kind of do this more and more and get the hands of newly issued Zcash into the hands of many people as possible, there's this weird incentive model that potentially they would be oh, I want to go and fund things on Free to Z. I am much more likely to donate and fund things with my Zcash versus the ETH I buy on Coinbase or something. Because I view it as money I've earned, and I don't really view it as an investment per se, because I've only earned Zcash. So I go into these Free to Z things, and I might fund an anonymous contributor who wants to contribute, who can't go through the dev fund right now because of KYC. So more issued coins through those things, and then more distributed issuance, and then you could potentially have even a non-KYC element come into play.
Right. Jack, on the retrospective?
I think that Zip1014 should have been a lot more stringent in terms of setting the requirements on the dev fund recipients, and should have had specific, independent, proactive measures in place to ensure that they were complied with. I think a lot of people talk about governance, and in my experience, very few of them have actually read the relevant documents. So So I'd encourage everybody here to read ZIP 1014, particularly the transparency and accountability requirements, and really read them and look at them very carefully and think whether the organizations that have received the funding have fulfilled those requirements. There's an element of trust when you give somebody money. You're trusting, number one, in their competence, that they're going to be able to do the job that they claim they're going to be able to do for that money, and number two, that they're not going to simply steal it and run away or divert it into their own pocket without giving back the full value. And I think that we should be far more, whilst it's right to trust, I think we should be far more careful about verifying that the organizations and the entities and the people that control the funds that are distributed as part of ZIP 1014 and any future dev fund are doing what they are supposed to be doing and are complying with the requirements that come attached with that funding. It's very easy for people to just take the money and go, oh, thanks, I'm going to take the money. Yeah, I promise I'll do all this. And then they don't do it. So we need to have that accountability. And we need to have clear, independent, and proactive, not just waiting for somebody to notice, but proactive evaluation, probably on a 6-monthly or a yearly basis, to check whether they are fulfilling their obligations, and a very, very clear definition of what should happen if they're not.
What do you think the reason is that the orgs don't fulfill their obligations underneath, all the obligations underneath the transparency and accountability section? Are they too burdensome, or is it something else?
I can't speak to it. I think that sometimes they're embarrassing.
Okay.
Or sometimes people think that because they're in that position, they can, they've, for example, they've been elected onto ZCG, they can, they get to ignore then what ZIP 1014 says.
Well, I look at the ZF bylaws and it doesn't look like ZCG is responsible for any sort of accountability or transparency requirements. I was talking about something different, but.
Any other concrete example or want to elaborate, or that's clear enough?
No, just think, the community should ensure that they're well informed about what Zcash governance actually is. Because the community can come together and it can reach consensus around a future dev fund. It can decide that these are going to be the organizations that receive it, or those strictures are being adhered to. And there's no point in really doing it, in coming up with those requirements in the first place.
Do you think it would be beneficial to have some sort of transparency and accountability board that had some sort of hard power to, take action when
they could perhaps have a 6-month slashing power to, hold.
Yeah, but an independent board, right? So, is that something you would support?
I think there's a risk in putting too much power in the place of a small group of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, that such groups of people can be subject to capture. And I think we've seen that, a few times in the crypto ecosystem. But I think there definitely needs to be some mechanism, an independent mechanism, not subject to being elected or being appointed or being voted on by the recipients of the dev fund, but actually, something like, an audit firm or a law firm to go, right, tick box, have you published this information that you're supposed to be publishing? Are you revealing all the information that you're supposed to be revealing? You'll be checking, why is there a black hole in your accounts where money isn't fully accounted for?
So it seems like you're making some accusations, but you're not being explicit about what those are. So can you give the...
I'm suggesting that the community pays attention to what they voted for last time around, and evaluates whether the organizations who have been receiving those funds have fulfilled their obligations.
So look, and I would propose it's even broader, the obligations that we make to the community in terms of what we commit that we're going to give, which is in line with the proposal I put out in the forum, which there's an independent entity that's able to sign off on payments to those organizations based upon their compliance with the obligations that they made or the promises they made to the community.
Well, the problem you have then, instead of decentralizing power amongst multiple organizations, you're centralizing power into a single entity.
Not if you use the zip process as governance, right? Because if you have a single entity with multiple participants, which may include dev fund participants, it's just a broader group. So it may include that law firm that you want to include. So maybe it's ECC and ZF and the law firm, or maybe it's some other makeup, but you also have a zip process that allows for a change. That if there's some capture or something like that, there's only so many dev funds that can accrue into that account that allows for payment distribution out to those different entities. But through the zip process, the community can come and say, no, this group is captured, they're acting badly, they're not actually working the best interest of the community, so we're going to change the
Is
makeup
that
of
a
that group.
theoretical thing? Because or should I grab my popcorn and there's gonna be some action now?
React however you like.
If there was such a group in place, would that have been actioned any time in the past few years?
I don't know. I think if there is proactive review of such requirements, then they're far more likely to be adhered to.
Agreed.
This may be a smooth transition, and I'll give you this next question, but this is broadly, how should we further decentralize Zcash overall to reduce its reliance on just these two orgs, ECC and Zcash Foundation?
The obvious, answer is to add more organizations that are instrumental in helping Zcash grow and thrive. That's the really simple answer. There is this, obviously as exec director of the Zcash Foundation, I believe that I'm doing a good job. If I didn't feel I was doing a good job or wasn't capable of doing a good job, then I would quit. Or if I wasn't doing a good job, but still had the belief that I was doing a good job, then the board led by Andrew would fire me. But so therefore, I think that with more money, the Zcash Foundation can do a better job. But for the good of Zcash, it's really, really important that we have more than just the Zcash Foundation and ECC leading the future of Zcash. So I think that we do need more organizations. The purpose of the major grants, Zcash Community Grants program, was to help bring those organizations along and to kind of foster the future of more organizations that would sit alongside ECC and ZF, and hopefully we're gonna get to the point where that really starts happening. But yeah, it's certainly I think we need more organizations, and also it's been mentioned before, geographical decentralization I think as well is important. That's why, as was mentioned earlier, we've set up that entity in the Cayman Islands.
Can I ask one follow-up question? Does that extend to the trademark agreement, or if not, do you create separate classes of dev fund recipients?
I think that's a separate discussion. I think funding and the governance of funding, and there's governance of the protocol. And the trademark has two roles. The first role is that it allows us to protect both the Zcash community and the general public from scammers. I gave a few examples earlier. The second role that it plays is that by dint of the trademark agreement, both ECC and ZF must agree regarding any consensus upgrade to the Zcash blockchain. That's very powerful because two of two is an incredibly powerful requirement. N of n in any situation, it requires that there's clear consensus between those n participants. If you start putting it into a situation where there's just a simple majority, then that becomes a very, very political scenario. I think
is it more decentralized?
Well, it depends on whether you're willing to go with the tyranny of the majority.
An event is favoring safety over liveness. It would mean that it It's very large and may be very difficult to pull off any fork at all.
And I think, I think we shouldn't underestimate the risk of creating structures that incentivize very, very and adversely, perversely political behavior. You know, horse trading, making introductions to people who provide funding for things or whatnot. You know, there's the ability to control the direction of funds is quite powerful. Even if you can't direct them to yourself, the ability to direct them towards people or towards organizations, you know, is it's a power, and as we know, power corrupts.
Maybe a comment about the small contributions. I think now we're at a time where an individual or just like a tiny group can provide a lot of contribution. There's an acceleration in how fast you can code that happened in the past 6 months. So we should also have higher expectation when we consider who's going to participate and how we fund. Higher expectation of outcome.
You're saying because every engineer has access to ChatGPT.
All of ChatGPT, Claude, and Bard, and all of these actually can impact how efficient just a tiny group of people can be. So detecting those 10x engineers that now become 100x, and just pleading them to stop toying around with AI and helping out in this ecosystem can really boost progress. And I think the first blockchain ecosystems that will be really pushing towards that and saying you have a home here to deploy your superpowers of acquired in 2023. That's that's attractive to people that want to show the new acquired skill.
And just one thing I would say about the point you were making, Ian, about this community member who's emerged to create this newsletter. I think that's absolutely fantastic. I think it's absolutely great. I want to see more of it. I want to see more individuals and community members and small organizations who can later grow to become bigger organizations taking up that sort of mantle and doing things, because that's what true decentralization is.
Yeah, nothing's more decentralized than grassroots unsolicited contributions from an anon. Starting to nod vigorously. So.
But as it relates to the protocol, that's decentralization of community. It's not decentralization of the protocol. Protocols, right now, it's a 2 of 2 multisig. To your point, Dodger, it's 2 powers. It's very powerful. As I've said, it's the ring of power. It's the thing that we had to cast out to the fire because you and Zuko get to decide what the community
now
should be in.
You weren't here earlier, so you didn't realize that I'm in the mood today where I'm not willing to let people mislead the Zcash community. It's not up to me. It's up to the board of the Zcash Foundation, and that board is majority elected by the Zcash Community Advisory Panel, i.e. the Zcash community. So this isn't the situation where I personally get to decide things. Anything that relates to enforcing the aspects of the trademark agreement or consensus mechanisms or those sorts of things, they go to the board. And anybody in the Zcash community can stand for election to that board. And in fact, there will be 2 seats open for election later this year. If you want to, Josh, you can join the Zcash Foundation board.
So, but it is true that the Zcash.
But let me just reiterate. It's not true to say that it's me.
Okay, so who signs off on it?
As the chief executive,
you sign off
of that organization. I sign off on it.
Who drives the conversation?
At the direction of the board.
So okay, so
understandably, during the run up to NU5, we had a meeting and we decided whether or not we wanted to sign off on it, and we decided to sign off on it.
Fair enough. I readily admit I don't understand the governance of the Zcash Foundation and how much the board influences those decisions.
Well,
We're paying very close attention on matters like that.
What's that?
We pay very close attention on anything.
So you pay close attention. So like, who made the decision that NU5 was okay?
We all discussed it.
The board.
Yeah.
The board. Okay. So the board of the Zcash Foundation, a US-based legal entity, makes the decision that it's going to sign off on a network upgrade. And Zuko, on behalf of ECC, makes
Technically, it's also the board of Bootstrap that has the ability to.
But it's an advisory. The Bootstrap board is an advisory board, correct? Right? So they could fire you, or they could.
Right. It's the same structure with probably more or less all boards.
Okay. So.
But go on. Your
the
point
board here
was
and the board
Zcash
here
Foundation
makes a
and
decision,
Bootstrap.
If your point is that it's up to ECC and the Zcash Foundation what constitutes the Zcash protocol, yes, you are correct.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out that
you just want your name off of it.
Well, no, I just want to be clear that you're personifying it in a way that's not appropriate.
The point is, it's not the community.
The community has input into the makeup of the Zcash Foundation board.
But some board members have been appointed and not elected, right?
They've been appointed for either continuity purposes or because we believed that their skill set was essential. And I think that decision was borne out by what's happened recently.
But going back,
the majority of the board is appointed with the input of the Zcash Community Advisory Panel. And it doesn't matter how many times you keep banging on about that, that's still the truth, and it's a fact.
So the Zcash Advisory Panel is an entity, a collection of people that the Zcash Foundation manages.
That's correct.
You set the policy for it, whatever, it's non-binding. For ZIP 1014, it was a combination of the advisory panel and forum polls, because that's what you decided you wanted to do, or Josh did, or Josh and the board did, or whatever. But to Jason's point, is like, how do you more decentralize the decision-making of what goes into the protocol? What is the
one thing I would, again, one point I would make, you just said that the ZCAP is managed by the Zcash Foundation. And you raised this point maybe about a year ago, I guess. And at the time, we offered to share stewardship of ZCAP with ECC.
Yeah, we declined.
And you guys turned us down.
But why?
I want to be clear that our goal as an organization is to make sure that we take into account the views of the Zcash community. Now, we would be abdicating our responsibility as the people that they have, advisorily elected or who are employed to do specific jobs if we didn't exercise our good judgment.
So we didn't join because it's centralization. We didn't join because you created it, you managed the questions, all that kind of stuff. And you said, yeah, maybe we can open this up and we can have, but it's further centralization as ECC and ZF making all the decisions in choosing the people and how they're chosen and how they're polled and all this kind of stuff, not necessarily reflecting a broader ecosystem.
But there's an easy solution to this, right? You create a board or a committee or a council, and it has ECC, ZF, it has elected members from the community, it has major stakeholders, and they collectively decide.
That's very consistent with the suggestion to invite more participation on the organization of ZCAP. I mean, that's a path towards a gradual improvement.
So would you guys commit to doing that?
We're not going to commit to anything without that's
not right now.
Would you commit
that's
to
launched off
having
the cuff on a stage.
But the point is,
what we have committed
to
is respecting the will of the Zcash community, and we're the only organization that receives a dev fund that actually does so. That actually goes and actively solicits the feedback of the Zcash community. And I think it's disappointing that people are trying to use that fact to try and call into question our motivation.
Yeah, so truth telling, that's also not true. ECC does that as well. It's just more, it's not through a formal ZCAP. So give us that credit, right? But it's still a concentrated power of determining what questions to ask, what things to put in front of the community. Why not make it more like the Ethereum?
That I can remember, anytime somebody has asked us to put a question in front of ZCAP, we have done so. And the only time that I can recall that happening is when Jason proposed an amendment to ZIP 1014.
Because we don't get involved with the Zcap. It's not that ECC has agreed with
You can't complain that you're not involved with Zcap because you're not involved with Zcap.
We've never
if you want to be
complained.
involved with Zcap, you can be involved. We are happy to share stewardship of ECC.
We have not
we
once
laid out
complained.
a very, very clear protocol for that to happen.
We have not once complained that we're not
So
involved
if you
with
want
Zcap.
to, if you want to get involved, you're more than welcome. The invitation is open. It still stands.
Let's talk about what Zcap is. Zcap is it was created to be the advisor of the Zcash Foundation, right? Would you agree with that? It advises the.
I wasn't there when it was created. I'd say that the way it's used now is we use it as a means of assessing the will of the Zcash community and getting advisory input.
Sure. So
now you know, again, I'd be careful about characterizing it in a way that it isn't actually.
I want to give my characterization of it, which is that I don't think there's a mechanism by which the board of the Zcash Foundation can like abdicate our decision-making a power to something informal, like loosely organized and somewhat anonymous, the way that Zcap works. So that is, I think, kind of a thing out of its nature. I consider Zcap to be extremely influential to the point of soft binding, if I'm making up like a term. I think that if there were a clear viewpoint expressed through the Zcap and the Zcash Foundation, rejected that, we would have to make the description, decision-making explanation in public. I don't think our legitimacy, would survive that. So I consider it not formally binding, but about as strong, especially when it gives like, when it's like 51-49%, then it's tough to interpret the tea leaves. But when it demonstrates clear community consensus, I think it's extremely influential.
And that's sort of my point. Like, and this is what I was saying about the Zcash Foundation, governance being concentrated with the Zcash Foundation, right? Like, it makes sense for the advisory panel to advise the Zcash Foundation on what their strategic priorities should be, like ZSAs and programmability. I don't know that the Zcash Foundation's advisory panel should be determining ZCG elections and what the dev fund's going to be and protocol changes. I think that should go to the community. Like, that should be
distinct.
So you say go to the community.
Well,
so
yeah.
Let's set aside the constant sniping at Zcap, and let's focus on what do we use as an alternative.
I'm not saying that you can't use Zcap. What I'm saying is that Zcap has become incredibly important to Zcash governance, and that's a credit to both of you. Andrew, you created it. Jack, you expanded it. But it's outgrown the Zcash Foundation, and I think that it needs to move to a more decentralized model.
Absolutely open to hearing ideas for that. You've seen us seeking to expand it, seeking to make it easier for removing these strict requirements about who can join and who can not join. You've seen us offering to share stewardship of it. Absolutely open to hearing that. This idea that Zcap is only for the foundation, I think is not appropriate. I think it is an very imperfect, but right now the most reliable way of assessing the consensus of the Zcash community. Like democracy, it's the worst possible solution apart from all the others.
Yeah, I want to use this time to say coin holders matter, and we definitely need like some sort of coin holder voting mechanism. The fact that we don't have one, I think that's long overdue.
So I seem to recall a year ago asking whether ECC and our Bootstrap was going to incorporate coin holder voting as an advisory input to their decision-making and board makeup. Any progress on that?
We do only have 2 minutes left, so.
We've not made any progress on coin holder voting in last year.
So I think it's all about priorities. We believe that right now Zcap is good enough. And I hear that people don't like the fact that it's not perfect or that it doesn't incorporate whatever mechanisms, but at the end of the day, it's what we have right now. And I think if, for example, the community believes that it's really, really important to supplement Zcap with other means of consensus assessment, then it's for the community to do that. If the community comes up with good ideas and we can act on those ideas, then we may well do so.
We're going to have to go to last thoughts, but I'd love it to hear any further suggestions on decentralization, including decentralizing Zcap, but otherwise too. Haven't heard much in the past few minutes.
All right, I have 45 seconds. I'll try to use 15. I think the community has an opportunity because the dev fund is sunsetting itself. You got to make changes or let it expire. Pretty much everybody wants to make changes. I think the community has an opportunity to increase decentralization of Zcash. I hope this whole thing was just enlightening or instructive about that. I think we can and should increase decentralization.
Still have 10 seconds. I feel like the music's a little premature. Do you have like 8 seconds of closing thoughts, Ian?
Increase access to the block reward, get more people owning Zec and using it, get more people having a stake, so therefore more people have a skin in the game to create proposals on how we can decentralize things like Zcap. We need more than people that are really represented by 2 organizations on this stage. We need more groups in the community to make those proposals other than just us.
All right. That's out of time. We should wrap this up. Thank you for the engaging panel. Thank you all.
Thank you. So you missed the part.
Right. So the next event on the agenda is a welcome reception, which I believe is going to be, I'm not sure where it is actually. It's right here. Oh, it's right here. And is it starting straight away, or are we going to leave it starting at 6 o'clock? So you got half an hour to get back to your rooms, freshen up, use the restroom, any of that sort of stuff. And then we will continue the discussion right out here with drinks and light snacks. Thank you very much. Guys, don't forget to take all your headsets.